back to Unlockable Character, guys. Today is Music and Motivation Monday. I'm going to start with our Spotify playlist. We are up to 30 songs. I have added 3 new ones, of course. At the bottom, you'll see the first one is Stop Worry. Definitely some Jamaican vibes in that one. Gold Tooth Grin, one of my favorite dubstep songs. And then Meeting of the Mind, which is one of those intelligent dance music songs that you can really just vibe out to. So hope you're loving the playlist. I do see that 24 of you guys have liked it. Please take a listen. Let me know what you think, all right? Now, moving on. I want to share with you guys a few of my favorite websites that I do read a lot from. The first is of2minds.com. This is a website where Charles Hugh Smith writes a lot of blog posts about the economy. So definitely something to look at. He's very real in what he posts about. He uses real data. He talks about federal debt. He talks about what it means to be middle class. He talks about how there is more and more of a class divide in the country today. And I think that there's a lot of valuable information on this website if you read through these blog posts. And they go back years and years. All right. The next website is Hacker News. So Y Combinator is a company or a group that helps startups get together. It helps them kind of accelerate into products. And if you know Sam Altman, who is the head of OpenAI, he was the former CEO of Y Combinator, if that tells you anything. They have a news part of their website, which kind of is like Reddit because you can upvote links. And these links are usually incredibly cool and interesting links that people are going in depth on topics. And so if you like reading, if you like to stay ahead of the curve and you like to see what's coming up in technology and what other technologists are talking about, this is a really good website to check out on a daily basis. All right, now a more funny website. It's called theleveragesellout.com. I worked in finance for a long time, and prior to the 2008 recession, there was a clear divide in eras. There was the pre-crisis era prior to 2008 and the post-crisis era. This website has a number of really satirical, funny blog posts that take on the persona of an Indian guy in investment banking prior to the crisis, and then that same guy in tech after the crisis, after the recession of 2008. And it's just a hilarious collection of blog posts. So definitely check it out. It's called Leverage Sellout. All right, the next thing I want to talk about is actually what products I'm using to run the channel. Okay, guys, so I just got this, which is an Insta360 X4. I am so excited to start making content with this. I got a triple suction car mount, which means I can put this to the back of my car with a massive selfie stick. The selfie stick becomes invisible in the footage, and we're gonna get like third-person Need for Speed style footage in upcoming videos. I have a huge surprise, hopefully coming this week, that I would love to use this camera for. Okay, so watch out for that, guys. I'll be getting some 360-degree footage. This is an 8K camera, so I'm gonna see if I can get some 8K content with this. The next thing is what I've been filming with, which is my GoPro Hero 11 Black with the head mount strap. This has been my main workhorse. I have 2 batteries. I have a 256 gigabyte SD card. And what I first started the channel with was actually a GoPro Hero 9 that my girlfriend actually let me borrow. She, by the way, bought me this for my birthday, so shout out her. Now I'm on the GoPro Hero 11 Black, and this one is actually much faster to transfer files over to my iPhone or my iPad. So when I had the Hero 9, I was using my iPhone 11 Pro, and I was editing everything on the iPhone, but I was running out of storage really quickly, and I wasn't able to preview my shots in the car because when I connected my iPhone to my car with CarPlay, it would prevent me from seeing a preview of the shot using the GoPro app on the iPhone. Now that I have the iPad, I can run CarPlay from my iPhone and use the iPad with the GoPro app to preview the footage. Not only that, the iPad definitely has a faster processor than my iPhone, and so that makes editing the video when I take it off the GoPro a lot quicker. It's going to be interesting for me to see what it's like to mix in both GoPro footage and the Insta360 footage. Insta360 has its own app, so I'm going to get to that, cross that bridge when it comes to it. But For the rest of the video, I have a best of Music and Motivation Monday POV footage compilation, and I hope you guys enjoy. All right, let's go.
The windows went all the way up. I thought you were going off.
Good morning, guys. We are at AMP. We have a track day that we put together today. It's a private track day, so we rented it out as a group. You guys see that Ferrari up there? We have an STO, GT3 RS, the Dreamsicle, and the 458 behind him. We're about to head in, so I hope you guys enjoyed today. There's gonna be a lot of great content. Let's go. What's up, guys? We are waiting to go into AMP. A bunch of other cars showed up, so you know I gotta get this. Daniel, how are you, man?
Hey, buddy. How you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, bro? Iman, how are you, man? I like going down this way. You get to see more of the race cars. There's storage here. And oh my gosh, this is like being a kid in a candy store. Yeah, they have EV chargers too. Don't hate them. Sometimes they have autocross events in the parking lot, which are pretty cool. You can see they also have people doing donuts here. This is the first place I ever saw a Ferrari 488 and a bunch of other cars, which are extremely rare and hard to find. How's it going, guys? They're setting up their lawn chairs, I think. Not yet, not yet. All right, good morning again, guys. Hell yeah, we're taking a little clip of all the cars showing up. Got AMG GT, STO, GT3 RS, the Dreamsicle, M4, 991.2 GT3, Raul's 458. That thing's gonna be insane on the track. GT3 RS. I think this is an 812. And then a GT3 RS, and we still have other cars coming in too. You guys are gonna be setting up their tents. Usually people bring boxes, so if it rains, their stuff doesn't get too messed up. Say hi to Jason. He's got one of the nicest GT3s I've ever seen in my life. This is the type of GT3 that gets given away on social media.
I know, man. You know,
Jason, what's up, man? Look at this thing. He actually had the wing wrap the same color, but he took the wrap off. I remember actually him doing that. Look, it's got the Porsche. That looks so sick. And then gold hardware. We got a GT4 pulling in. This is gonna be a sick day, guys. Hope you enjoy.
Next time you go out, he needs a helmet sticker next time he goes out, okay?
Got it.
Get it next time.
Thank you.
I'll get away with it.
They say, well, ask for forgiveness, right? Don't ask for permission. detects a crash, it rolls the windows up. Which is funny because in track mode, it should just not do that, you know? Yeah, you felt that?
Yeah.
In Europe, that's an option. In the US, it's standard. It's so crazy how expensive these cars are in Germany. They have that 20% VAT. man. Took that too early, I feel like. Hyundai, Tesla, and then a Porsche GTS.
It is interesting lineup.
That car is another 1,000 pounds more weight than my car. Oh shit. She almost lost control by giving us the point by. That was crazy. Oh, we're not gonna let her come back. We're so M-Power. I'm gonna keep the shiny side up so we can go out for a few more sessions. And I definitely need to learn more. It's probably the 6th time on the track for me at AMP, and it's been with different cars, so each car is different in how you drive it. And we are on probably lap 8. And the tires are about to give out, so I'm actually going to pit after this. Okay. If that's okay with you? Thanks, man.
The car feels really good, like really flat.
Appreciate it. It has a height adjustable kit.
Yeah.
It's on the lowest setting.
Okay.
But I also have SPL parts all over the car.
Okay.
I replaced the rubber bushings with solid bushings in the front. I have outer tie rods with a lockout kit. Should have gone there.
You can make the next one sometime.
How cold are your tires?
They're probably 50, 60 degrees right now.
Do you have Cup 2s?
No.
thought you were going off. rumble strips.
Okay. Tesla on track.
I know, there's a Natalie in the wild. We found a Natalie in the wild. We have to go get her.
What's that? Someone's approaching, right?
Watch your hand, watch your hand, watch your hand. This dude almost lost his hand in his own car.
Alright, let's chase this Mazda. Come on now. Yeah, no windows closing, baby. Oh shit, they're still closing.
What? It's like
My camera. He saw me with the camera. Ah, bastard.
We were gonna pit in anyway.
We were gonna pit anyway, bitch. Woo!
Tires are super hot.
Yeah, they are. And my bladder is super full. Woo!
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. We are at AMP. We just did a few sessions on the track. Now we're at the skid pad. We have some crazy cars out here. I'm actually gonna go drift a GT3 RS after this, but of course, you know, I gotta get some new footage for you guys. So I'm gonna put this thing in track mode. So rear wheel drive, everything is off. It turns the screen off, but I'm gonna turn it back on because what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna, hey.
After you go out, hop in my car. I'm gonna try a little bit different, and then you can go out if you want to.
Perfect. Appreciate it, dog.
I want to get your opinion.
Got it. All right. All right, guys, let's go.
Oh, yeah. It's like a jet ski.
The hardest part to initialize for me is right here at 1 o'clock.
What tires do you have?
What power? What tires?
Yeah.
Hancooks.
Okay.
Do you want to take the car out?
This car?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, let
Are
me
you
get
sure?
back in line. Huh?
Are you sure?
If you let me in the passenger seat, yeah, I'd love for you to drive it.
No, just give me your keys. You have to stay outside. He said go forward. Natalie's here.
Hey, that was good. Just don't go down the ice hill. The way you went on it to start, we just don't want you going down the ice hill.
So start coming up.
Yeah, everything's going uphill.
Sorry.
No, no problem.
You want me to? I'll back out.
No, you're good. Go ahead, man. You get to go again. Hey, good, Ron. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm gonna let Parker drive this one. We're back again! Oh shit! We got 2 delinquents in an M4. Whoa!
I've never done
Hey mom, we're famous. Just kidding.
Mom, I don't know what I'm doing.
You're doing it great. Is this 1 o'clock, which is the hardest to initiate?
Why is it's a little...
Right here, it will get you every time. So, yeah, try going right. Try going to the right. My boy! Whipping the G82!
This is the first time I've ever driven a BMW. This is literally the first time I've ever driven a BMW. Gosh.
Got fucking Dale Earnhardt over here.
Okay,
We are back in a GT3 RS with a roll cage. With Parker, Madman, at the wheel. This is literally the Stig. Alright guys, for those that do not know.
I don't know why we have the heat on it here when it's like 62 degrees outside.
It's all good.
Alright, so he said stay on the outside.
Keep going past this, keep going past this. Start initiating facing up there. Once it catches, counter steer and give it throttle again with a rhythmic kind of throttle approach. Rhythmic, yeah, turn left, turn left. Now you want to push it where you want to go. Yeah, you got it, you got it. This is the hardest spot. It's okay. Try initializing going up this way. Maybe that'll be easier for you. Yes, sir. But you had it.
I did, I felt that.
And I know you're using one hand, but try using 2 with 9 and 3.
I used 2 hands and it didn't work.
That's all right. When it goes, counter steer and then rhythmic throttle and then manhandle it to keep it going where you want it to go. See, you kept on that side, that's when you start wrangling it to the left.
Okay.
Now wrangle left, left, left. Oh, a little bit too late on the left.
Okay. All right. So
I think the right might be easier.
Faster, taking it right.
Yeah, try going around to the right. And keep going past this a little bit and initialize up here, yeah. Here. And now you're gonna be counter steering to the left, so yeah.
Wow, I was late as fuck on that.
It's all right. There you go.
Dude, I got no more. I kicked that too much?
Yeah, a little bit. All right, guys, shout out Parker. Getting to rip this on the skid pad. This, if you didn't know, is a GT3 RS. Pinnacle, honestly, of a naturally aspirated road going car that you can take on the track. And I get a chance to drift it on a skid pad. So let's go, guys. All right, guys. Let us take this beautiful yellow GT3 RS on the skid pad and see what she's got.
With respect.
With respect. Come proper.
Last thing's out, wasn't it?
So she doesn't want to go.
Understeer king.
You hear like a little rumble, like you also get to know the noise that it's making at the right RPM without looking at the RPM.
Yeah, you get to feel it too.
And sometimes you do need to give it more, like up here.
Sure.
And catch it here, slower, slower. Oh, that's wasn't enough throttle for me. I get like lulled to sleep almost. I don't know how to describe it. It's like the car is so good that you don't want to like manhandle it.
It manhandles us sometimes. He said, fuck the big steers, we're going tiny steers.
Yeah, let's try that. Try going this way. Oh, it's so hard to initialize.
There's no steering.
All right, here we go. Porsche moment.
Oh man, dude, that's right there.
Yeah, let's go back and you have a go.
Hey?
Let's go back and you have a go.
Dude, that fucking 1 o'clock, man. Fucking 1 o'clock, man. It's just, like you said, it just lets you go.
There goes his tires.
All right, guys, we got Bear and Ruben with us.
Yes, sir.
This man has
Go, baby.
saved me in more ways than one, so I appreciate him.
Nah, dude. We're gonna have some fun, baby.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go. Show me how it's done, man, because I know you're the expert.
So I'm in first gear. Give it a little bit of throttle, let it go. A little bit too much on that side.
Nice.
We got it now. This is actually right here is the hardest place.
Woo! That's why I kept spinning out. You just keep it in first gear, huh?
Yeah. Sometimes I'll shift to second.
Fucking awesome.
Let's see if we can go around the storm drain.
Fucking awesome. Hell yeah.
Stepping into a 458 Italia. My boy Raul.
Yes, sir.
Let's fucking go, dude.
I have no gas, so hopefully we don't run out of gas.
Even better, super lightweight mode.
That's right.
Again, guys, we are at AMP's skid pad. We rented the track out for the day and we bought the skid pad for after lunch. So we took a GT3 RS out, we took the M4 out, we're taking a 458 Italia out. We might take a Tesla Model S Plaid. Don't even know the model next.
Yeah, plat mode, I guess, right?
Yeah. Raul, if you do want some tips, oh, okay, you go for it. Go for it.
Now let me see.
Hell yeah. Okay. When it first starts going counter steer and then, yeah, there you go. You got it. You got it. Now you're manhandling. You got to manhandle. Yeah. You got it.
Let's see. Let's see.
Throttle, counter steer, and then keep manhandling it.
Too much.
Too much throttle there. So feel out the RPMs. Maybe try 6,000, 5,000 RPM. Even less if it's going girlier. Almost had it. Yep. Manhandle it. Yep. Yep. Almost had it. Almost had it. Turn left to go right. Shake a bake.
Shake and bake, baby. Alright, here we go. Let's do it.
And take your time. Relax. Light. Feel light. Feel like a. Yeah, there you go. All right. So, okay. Keep it straight. Hold. Go straight right now. Get straight. Yeah. This is the hardest place to initialize. So maybe drive down a little bit. Now, when you both hands on the steering wheel, go fully left. Throttle, and then counter steer right, and then with both hands keep modulating the throttle as you kind of keep it going where you want it to go.
Let's see.
Yep. You almost had it. You almost had it. That was really good. That was really good. If you want to start coming around that way, that'd be sick. Or go the other way this way. That was good. That was really good improvement. Yeah, that's a difficult area. It's all right. Yes, yes. Keep going. Yeah, you almost had it. Yeah. Yes! Oh, you almost had it! You almost had it! That was sick! That was sick! That was sick! That was sick! A little bit too much on the initial, but you're getting it. You're definitely getting it. Try it again. A little bit less on the initial, and then keep modulating the throttle. And yes, yes, that was the perfect amount. Yes, yes, you were getting it. You were getting it. You were getting it for sure. You were getting it.
Let's see.
You're doing great. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, a little bit to the right. You went left. That's where you would have counter steered right. That's okay. You're getting it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Left. Oh, too much. Hell yeah. There you go. Yeah. Yep.
Too much.
Well, that's all right.
Free car wash.
Yeah,
though.
free car wash.
Man, he's that second whip.
It's right there.
Yeah.
That second whip, control more your steering than your throttle. Think about the steering. Yes, think more about your steering. Think more about your steering. Amazing. Amazing job. Amazing job. Don't get too cocky here. This is a very hard place. You were doing a really good job. This is the hardest spot on the track. That was great, dude. That was great. You got it.
Let me see.
Steering. Yeah, think about the steering. Yep.
These brakes are like cold brakes.
Yes. 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 Little bit more. Little bit more. Yeah! You did a full fucking circle, dude. That was fucking sick. Good job.
All right. Last attempt and then going up the hill. Let's go.
All right. Slow. Remember throttle. Yes. 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 Less. Ooh, it's okay. That's okay. Yeah, keep it going. Keep it going. Yeah, boy. Yeah. Woo! Good job.
This is fun, dude.
You did great, dude.
This is fun. Let me park right here so I don't block people. My car's like, what was that?
All right, guys, we got Raul in the car.
Yep.
It's probably the last run of the day.
Oh, you said in second gear?
The car starts in second gear, but I go down this first. A little bit too much. The seatbelts will tighten.
I saw that. That's pretty epic.
Oh, that was a little bit too much there. Thanks. This is the hardest spot.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Why? Just the way the track is
I think
set
the
up?
way it's set up, yeah.
It's almost like it levels out. That's what it is, yeah. There's no pitch in there.
Let's go close to the cone. I wonder if I got some of the storm drain there. That's okay.
This car sounds so good.
Thanks.
You can make this car four-wheel drive too?
Yeah.
Full 360. Nice, dude. Fun. Fun. Oh, I gotta clear my helmet. Fun. I wonder if he goes out of his little car and just like drift around it.
I gotta get mine too. Do you mind grabbing mine from that rock?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Thank you, man. I'll just drop you back to your car.
Oh, I got you, dude.
All right, YouTube, what's up? We are back. Today is gonna be Music Monday. So, get some driving footage. Might mix in some other footage from a previous day just to get some more content for you guys. And yeah, let's see how the car starts up. So this is when you first walk in. This is the startup animation. When you have your driver profile set up, it'll actually have your name. There's some updates available for my applications along with a remote software upgrade. Now, if you ever tune your car, which means take the ECU out, unlock it, flash it with a new tune, basically, you have to turn off the software upgrades, because if BMW flashes a software upgrade on your car over the air, it's going to basically delete your tune. It could even brick your ECU. So you need to turn off the remote software upgrades for any of you guys that are tuned. All right, let's start the car up. So valves closed, valves open, keep them closed. Cold start is so loud. But yeah, guys, so today's Music Monday. It's the first Music Monday. So every other week, it'll either be Motivation Monday or Music Monday. Last week was Motivation Monday at AMP at the track. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna create a Spotify playlist for Music Mondays where I share 3 tracks every Music Monday. And I actually have the playlist up. Let me bring it up here on my phone. And I'll share this with you guys. I'll put the link in the video. So we got 3 songs to start with, and hopefully you guys can see this. The first song is They Hatin', and that's a song actually by Playboi Carti from a few years ago. And to give you guys some backstory, I was in Boston for 9 years and I moved to Atlanta at the beginning of 2020. So even in 2017, 2018, 2019, I was listening to a lot of Playboi Carti in Boston, and not a lot of other people in my social group were. And I just loved coming to Atlanta and finding so many more fans and so much more of his music. But that's a really good track. It's from a few years ago. Mileage is by BZB, so he's another local artist. He's got a very chill, laid-back flow. He picks really cool beats to rap on, so definitely looking forward to you guys checking that out. And then Lamar Jackson by Jay Critch. So I think this is actually from his new album, Humble Giant. I was listening to Jay Critch just as much as I was listening to Playboi Carti in like 2017, 2016, 2018, and I love his energy, and I think this is a dope song. So these 3 songs for you guys are This Music's Monday, and I hope to continue sharing, you know, more music with you guys. I'll keep updating the playlist. Like I said, I'll alternate between Motivation Mondays and Music Mondays. So hopefully you guys love the content. Let's go. What's up, YouTube? It's 5:30. We're about to go to the gym.
Floor 8.
You can consider this a little day in the life. So the city's really quiet in the morning. No one's up yet. And I got my pre-workout with me. We're gonna go to the gym. There's actually no better pre-workout than seeing the car. I'm sure some of you can relate to that. And let's give it a cold start, see what it sounds like. For those of you who don't know, you press the BMW button 5 times. That cold start is with the valves closed. If I open the valves, let me try and open the valves real quick. Hold on, I may have to press that button. Yeah, you hear it, you hear it. Notice the difference? Sometimes when I cold start the car, I cause alarms on other cars to go off when I have the valves open. So in the morning, I like to just keep it closed until the car warms up. And then when the car is warmed up, then I open the valves. But all right, guys, I hope you enjoy this day in the life. I'm gonna cut it here and see you guys in a little bit. As you guys can tell, the streets are super empty. That's what's nice about the mornings when you drive. There's no one on the streets, there's no traffic. You still have to watch out for potholes, and now, especially on Peachtree Street, West Peachtree Street, there's some big potholes here on both sides of the street. Just have to watch out for those. Car isn't warm yet, so I drive it really in the full comfort settings and automatic until I see the engine oil temperature go from blue to white, which lets you know that it's no longer in the cold operating mode. And the car protects itself too, but there's no reason to dog on a car when it's cold. All right, guys, the car has warmed up a little bit. You can see if in the engine oil temperature it's no longer blue, it's white. Tires are still going to be pretty cold. Yeah, they're about 60-70 degrees. I'm loving this setup of having my Apple Maps here, engine info, tire info, music, and then of course I can see the my fuel tank and the engine oil. The engine info here is the water temperature and the boost. And once I have all this information in front of me, that's everything I need. In iDrive 7, you could actually have your tire pressure on one side and your engine the water temperature and the boost on the other side. iDrive 8, you can't do that on this screen, but in iDrive 7 you can't have maps on the screen like this, so it's a trade-off. And I don't mind using the screen to display that info. I'll tell you what, from the factory, these cars are super stiff, super firm, but the build quality is excellent. You know, I took it to the track and back. There's no rattles. You know, I have the windows up right now. No unnecessary noises coming from the car, even if we go over uneven terrain. These cars are truly really well made, and it blows my mind that they mass produce the M3 and the M4 with the S58, because they're such good cars. This tunnel always provides a good opportunity to downshift. Let's hear it. Okay. Okay. They've put some steel plates up here, and during the day there's usually actually a police officer and a freaking traffic jam here, because people need to go right, they need to turn right here, people are going straight across, and there's you know, 2 lights back there. So this is always a pain in the morning. I'm short shifting because, again, the car isn't too warmed up yet. Few more tunnels a little further down as we pass Buckhead. I'm actually gonna go back that way later for church. Today's Easter Sunday, so happy Easter for those of you celebrating. So we're driving an M1, which is 4-wheel drive sport, everything in Sport Plus, the stiffest settings for the steering and the suspension. And in the stiffest settings, the car does, you know, bounce a little bit. It's so stiff already that after a while, sometimes I actually like changing the setup to have the softer settings, just because, you know, we're on 400 right now, and 400 north, especially in Forsyth County, it's just not even, the road. So it's much better to have a softer suspension setup on an uneven road when you're going to be driving on it for a long time. But for right now, it's in the firmest settings. You can always change it on the fly though, which is pretty cool. You hit that setup button and you'll see these are my settings right now. I can put steering and the chassis into comfort, and it'll really just make the ride a lot smoother, I would say, more comfortable. But it does feel a little bit more floaty. It's a trade-off, so you know. Are really not that well illuminated, and on the right side it's probably one of the worst roads around the city. So I've come over a little bit first before coming back. Hopefully I don't hit any freaking potholes. Road's pretty bad too. I'm gonna swing around. Easier to go in this way. Alright guys, let's go to the gym. Alright guys, what's up? Let's talk about how I got ahead in my career. So when I started, I was a business analyst, and one thing I made sure is that anything that had my name on it, anything that I was delivering to someone else, had the highest quality. So
I would think through a lot of things. When someone gives you something to work on, you have to think about through their eyes how they want that piece of work delivered, because each boss you might have or each manager may have a certain different way of doing things, and you need to think 2 steps ahead. You need to think about the formatting of your work. You need to think about who are they going to be delivering your work to, like the actual end audience, and just putting in that effort, putting in that attention to detail, I think really put me in the good graces of my managers and separated me from the pack. The other thing I did is I would get to work really, really early, like 6:30 to 7 a.m. every day, and I would have a routine. I would make sure I had a healthy breakfast, make sure I worked out before I got to work. I would make sure I had a very clean desk area. And then the morning was really a time for me to read, unwind, prepare my schedule. And I would write down all the tasks that I'd be completing for the day, and I'd make sure that I'd get all of those done. So even though I would show up between 6:30 to 7, I'd also be one of the last people to leave. So I'd leave probably around midnight, 1 a.m. And again, this was my early 20s, so most of my life was centered around work. But what I really, really wanted to do is outwork everyone around me so I could get into a better financial position, a better career position, so that I wouldn't have to work 100+ hours every week. So after about 2 years of doing that, now everything is a routine, so it doesn't even feel like it's a difficult process to wake up early or it's a difficult process to stay late. One of the things that I did is while I was at State Street, which was the first big company I worked for, they had an online university. And while I was staying late, I would enroll in almost every class possible for finance and IT. So I was learning basic coding. I started with HTML. I went on to CSS for formatting, things like websites. I learned VBA, which is Visual Basic for applications. It's a Microsoft coding language where you can automate things in Excel. You can automate databases with Microsoft Access. And I learned how to link all that data together. So I was taking all these classes, and then I was actually applying it to my work daily. But I was staying late to take them. And I was just putting in effort that I recognized that not everyone was. But I was also doing my best to make sure that the effort was not going completely unnoticed. And what that means is if I learned something, I would make sure during a one-on-one with my manager, if I learned something from an online class, that I would talk about it when I delivered work to her. I would say, hey, taking this class really helped me. And what that also let me do is actually take outside of State Street in-person physical training for classes that sometimes cost up to $10,000, and the company was willing to do it because they saw that I was putting in the work to actually learn from the class, and then I was actually giving back to the company by applying what I learned in my daily work. What I also started to do is, without really being asked, I started to mentor the younger team members, the interns that were coming on. And what I did is I would set up a weekly meeting in person with one of the largest conference rooms, where I would take things that I learned from the classes and then I would reteach them to the interns and the other analysts coming in. So that was a way for me to learn even more, but also help and spread the knowledge that I had gained. So I didn't ask permission to do this. I kind of put this together by myself. And that's a little bit of leadership for you. There's a term called executive presence. And as you get further along in your career, generally between, I would say, 7 to 10 years, this is where you will really see people who have executive presence versus those who do not. And one of the things I'll tell you is, well, keep your wits about you, but definitely it's more impressive to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission when you have really good intent and you're doing great work, because that's what leaders do. They don't really ask for permission. They know how to get the job done. They know how to do quality work, and then they actually help those around them get better, and by giving back to the younger new joiners, by helping them learn the coursework that I had gone through in kind of easier to digest ways, that was evident to my managers, and that really helped me, I think, push forward. It got me great bonuses. It got me great reviews. And as I was doing all of this, I was also taking notes, right? Because generally you're going to have reviews with your manager. Some places just do one yearly review, and it's super hard to remember everything that you accomplished in a year.
So I would every week write down things that I completed, and then remember every day when I would come in the morning, I would write the tasks that I would be accomplishing, and I would think through how do I want to accomplish those tasks, and that how is the real important part for your yearly reviews or your review schedule whenever you have those with your managers. You really want to talk about how you did things, and that how is what will separate you. So hopefully you guys like that. Let's get some driving footage in and check out the rest of the video, guys. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe. Thank you. What's up, guys? I am connecting my Ethernet to OBD adapter to iPhone connection so that I can flash XHP on the car. The car already has XHP. But sometimes I like to adjust the settings. I got my iPad here previewing the footage. Hopefully this is a good angle. Let's see. All right, guys, let's continue that. So I have the Ethernet to OBD adapter to iPhone adapter. Connect that up. Gotta keep the seatbelt on. Make sure the car stays on. Put it into diagnostic mode by hitting the start engine stop button 3 times. You'll see diagnostic mode active on the screen, and this is where you can actually boot up XHP. I turn off the climate controls at this point, kind of just minimize anything that'll drain the battery. All right, so I had 2 cars here. Picked my first one. All right, flash this car, and here you can actually customize what stage you want. So stage 3 would be the most aggressive settings. You can also customize individual kind of categories of settings. So let's go into flash settings, edit. You can have a favorites. I don't use drag race mode, but if you're going to be, you know, chasing quarter-mile times, you should turn that on. Unlimited launch control, you can customize the launch control. It's really pushing your transmission to the max at all times, so it's going to wear the transmission more. I keep takeoff in second gear as standard on, so when it's in automatic, it won't go down to first gear when you stop. It'll keep it in second gear. It's smoother. Activate line pressure bump. I do that. I think overall it makes the shifting experience snappier. Standstill decoupling, that is a fuel economy feature. The car is just a little bit more on its toes when you activate that. Stop and go, I deactivate stop and go so it doesn't, you know, turn the engine off when you're in traffic and then reactivate it when you start going again. Shift map editor. So guys, I'm actually going to offer like an hour of my time to customize XHP settings. So shift maps is one of the things that I would help edit, kind of like a throttle map almost. Torque reduction upshifts is another thing I can help customize for people. Let's go into that and see what it looks like right now. So I want the car to shift a little bit more snappy than what I'm experiencing right now. So right now I'm actually requesting a lot of torque reduction in first gear to make it less kind of rough, but I still want it to be snappier. So I'm going to lower the amount of torque reduction that I'm requesting. I'm going to go down to 15. For second to third, I want to kind of be gradual with this. I'll go to 13, then 12. Keep it at 12 because, you know, let's see how that is. I'll go down to 10 to 6th. 10. Yeah, I rarely go into 8th gear, but let's keep that at 10 as well. True manual means always keeping it in, you know, manual so it won't go back into automatic mode in situations. Reassign shift speeds. So, you know, the M transmissions have different shift speeds. So if you have it in the second fastest shift setting, you can have that now as the third fastest shift speed. If you have it in the third fastest shift setting, you could have that as the second fastest shift speed if you want it. You can really customize that to your needs. Ignition cut shifting, something I can help customize for people. That helps the transmission actually sound better when you're shifting. You can have a pop under certain RPMs. And then throttle blips. This is if you want to be extremely aggressive with the burbles, you can put this up to plus 50% across the board. All right, let's see. I don't have torque limits per gear on. If you have a rear wheel drive car, that's very helpful. And I haven't changed the RPMs because the car is not tuned for shifting between gears. So let's see. I really just wanted to adjust the torque reduction upshifts and make the car a little bit snappier. Now that I've customized those settings, I'm gonna hit flash now. B1.5 is the latest one. Apply it. I have my seatbelt on because I need to keep the car's battery on. It's one way to keep the car on. So if the connection is good, it'll identify the car. and it'll prompt you, you know, just warning you that it's about to flash it. This Ethernet adapter is so helpful because the Wi-Fi connection, it can take sometimes a minute, 2 minutes. This, honestly, you guys will see, it'll take 20 seconds. You will see errors come up. Those will be cleared. That's just part of the flashing process. And here we go. Bear in mind, I did do a software update on the car, so I did think that the car was behaving a little bit differently than normal. So this looks like it's going to take a little bit, and it may be because the car just received a software update. Alright guys, so it took a little bit less than, I'd say, a minute, even though it said it was going to take 2 minutes. It's just about finishing flashing. After it flashes the car, it then clears all the codes. So don't worry if you see like cross traffic warning or any drivetrain malfunctions. That's actually part of the flashing process. Okay, success. You can see a summary. It's kind of cool. I take a screenshot of this sometimes. You can see all the different logic that's been applied in the transmission and your custom settings as well. But yeah guys, I'll be offering an hour of my time for $50. I'll have a Calendly link. I can customize your XHP settings. I can also do BIMR codes, so things like turning off the active sound design, clearing codes, changing the ambient lighting, coding in Bowers & Wilkins audio, a bunch of things. So look out for that in the link of the description of this video. Alright guys, welcome back. So I flashed the transmission, my XHP settings. I am trying to avoid a ton of traffic on the highway, so I took this route. Yeah, the transmission feels so much better. I noticed after I started the car up when I went to the gym today that it just wasn't shifting like it was, you know, like it was flashed. And the car said it had a remote software upgrade, so I think that's what did it. Said it before, I'll say it again. Rear-wheel drive sounds the best because it really does allow you to not cut any throttle. Just allows the car to slip with all the nannies off. It's a beautiful day, especially to keep the burbles on through suburban neighborhoods. I lowered the tire pressure by about 3 pounds on each side. That's helped a lot. Actually, what am I doing? I shouldn't follow my GPS because there's a huge wreck on the highway. I'm trying to avoid it. I'm gonna see if I can get on the highway before the wreck instead of trying to come into, merging onto the highway right where the wreck is. Transmission feels so much better now that I flashed it. This is amazing footage, guys. What's up? Welcome back to Music and Motivation Monday. So I have added 3 new tracks to the playlist. I'll show you guys shortly. And I want to talk through today times in life when you may be in a situation where you feel like you just can't get out of it, and what you can do in situations like that to really push forward and to stop spiraling. So I hope you guys enjoy. Hope you guys are liking the angle, and yeah, let's get to it. What's up, guys? Welcome back. So on to the heavy stuff, talking about when you're in a situation that you feel like you can't get out of. In those situations, most of the time, I think people feel powerless. I know I've felt powerless, and it's hard to regain control in your life. And the first thing I would say is think about being organized and just tidying up whatever really is in your control. And these could be really small things. So when I mean organized and tidy up, I mean, you know, you could really start with just your immediate surroundings, and giving yourself a little bit of comfort and confidence by accomplishing small things, especially by cleaning up your surroundings, goes a long way. And what people don't really realize is your nervous system, especially when you're in a situation where you feel down and out, your nervous system is in this kind of survival mode. And what can happen is, if you're not aware of this, you can have emotional outlashes at your close friends or family. You can make your situation worse, and I call it spiraling. So by starting to do little things that give you comfort and give you confidence, you can start to also help your nervous system normalize and balance out, so that you're no longer in that survival mindset. And as you get those small things out of the way, you can also start to think on the organizational side of things. How can I plan for what's coming up? If you have things that you need to get done by a certain date, tidying up is a great way to help you feel more comfortable to actually start doing a task. And again, this is all about gaining confidence, gaining power back, because what you're doing is you're telling yourself, hey, look, I've accomplished something, and that makes me feel like I'm more in control. And then instead of thinking about things that you aren't in control of, you start thinking about what you are in control of, and that builds momentum. So, you know, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you truly feel powerless, like, you know, there's nothing you can do, just think about any of the small things that you do have power over, and maybe even if it's like grooming, you want to feel better about yourself, you know. There's a fine line there, because when you're in a survival mindset, you know, let's talk about hair. Like, I know people who get super stressed and they'll change their hair color, or they'll shave their head, and that's a kind of extreme kind of, I would say, grooming act. And when I talk about grooming, I think, you know, if you have a beard, if you know, you can trim the beard a little bit, or you can go to your barber to get a haircut if that's within your, you know, reach and ability. And if you're in a bad spot, maybe you can't, but maybe, you know, just taking care of yourself in a way that helps balance out all of the negative side of, you know, external factors that are affecting you. I know that, you know, when people are stressed, it kind of starts to affect everything, like how you eat, how you sleep, and the little wins during your day, after, you know, tidying up, organizing, grooming. It could be limiting yourself to not having sweet things and replacing it with something that's healthier. So generally, you know, snacks, processed food in the US is really cheap. But if you try to switch to something else, like apples and bananas instead of chips and like cookies, and you start to do that, and you really tell yourself, hey, I'm gonna have an apple, and the act of having the apple is doing two things. First, I'm in control of my own situation. I'm not going to, you know, eat food that's bad for me just to make myself feel more comfortable, because that's actually going to make things worse in the long run. I'm going to win the mental battle by saying I'm going to have an apple instead of junk food. And I'm also going to realize my body's going to thank me for it, that I'm being healthier, and that's another win. That's something more that's in your power, right? So you're reclaiming the ability to get out of the situation by just doing small things first, and then organizing and creating a plan around the bigger things that you want to accomplish. But having a clean space, being healthy, watching what you eat while you're doing all of this will help that plan come to fruition, because personally, I need like a very clean space before I do anything. And even if I have like 50 things to do, I won't start on one thing until everything is clean and everything's organized. And that's actually helped me a lot. Someone very close to me once told me have a bias for action, and I think that's super important. So focusing on what you can do and then getting it done, it just builds this momentum of confidence and comfort in yourself. And I think that helps you keep believing in yourself, and you will get out of the situation. No matter, you know, what you're facing, just know that you can get out of that situation. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed the video today. I'll catch you back on Wednesday. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Unlockable Character. Today is Monday, so we're doing Music and Motivation Monday. I'm gonna do an update to the playlist and also talk about what you can keep in mind to keep yourself motivated through really hard times. All right, so excited to share this week's video with you guys. Let's go. All right, guys, so for Music Mondays, as you guys know, I've been putting together a Spotify playlist. I'm gonna put the link in the description below. Please check it out and let me know what you guys think. I started with a lot of hip hop, a lot of artists that I was listening to for the past 5 years. And recently on last week's Music Monday, I put 3 EDM tracks, so electronic dance music tracks, onto the playlist. I definitely want to know your feedback. Again, I'm trying to keep this top quality music and also a playlist that you can put on in the background when you're driving. So definitely let me know what you guys are thinking about the playlist. Thank you. There it is, guys, Music Mondays. Definitely check it out. So we have 3 new tracks, starting with Don't Shoot by Isaiah Rashad. Definitely one of my favorite rappers right now. He's from Tennessee, very lyrical, very soulful, always picks really cool, really chill beats. If you don't know about Isaiah Rashad, you definitely need to listen to him. The next song is Car Lot by Currency and Harry Fraud, so you know how to do something car related. Currency is also one of my favorite rappers from New Orleans. Growing up, I listened to a lot of Wiz Khalifa, Currency, and Mac Miller, and just really cool dudes. I support Jet Life. We had some guys from Atlanta, from Vintage ATL, go down to New Orleans at the Jet Lounge. So shout out Jet Lounge, shout out Vintage Atlanta, shout out Jet Life. I just think their music, their lifestyle, their influence, their taste, their cars, all of it's pretty cool. So definitely check that out. And then local Atlanta artist Sick Boy Rari with Baby Cash Out. Definitely check that song out. His beats that he picks are just always sick, so definitely a good song to drive through. Hope you guys enjoy this week's Music Monday picks on the playlist. Let's go. All right, guys, so for this week's Motivation Monday, what I want to talk about is actually 2 things. The first thing, and this is something that I think my grandfather really influenced me, which is treating everyone, and I mean everyone, from the janitor to the CEO, with the same respect everywhere you go, will open up more doors that you don't even know exist. And when I mean doors, I don't just mean, a new path. I mean opportunities. I mean resources. I mean connections. I mean meaning, like actual meaning, real emotional connections with other humans, other people, and opportunities that could put you in a different even direction that you thought you would never be on, just because you treated everyone with the same respect. And it comes back tenfold. And not only that, when you do treat people, from the janitor to the CEO, with the same amount of respect, you basically are creating situations for your name to be spoken about in a really good light by all kinds of different people. And you never know who people are connected to. So I think that piece of advice, just as a motivational tip, treat everyone with respect, from the janitor to the CEO. And while you're doing that, really, if you're self-aware, and you can tell, I've been to New York a lot. I've worked around, what people call like high finance, where people can be very snobby and elitist, and you almost see the way that they act towards other people as a kind of shield of armor of theirs. They're very cold people. They're very snobby. They look down at everyone. And the way they act, it provides them a distance that they can create between other people. But those types of people, you shouldn't try to emulate those types of people. They're really weak at the core, because they're just using their whole personality, this whole act of being snobby and elitist as armor. But they're never able to connect, and they're never able to respect people the way that I'm talking about, which is respecting, everyone the same, from the janitor to the CEO. And,
what you can do in situations when you're around these types of very snobby people is treat them just with the same respect as you would with everyone else. And they may see that as weird, but that's okay. And I think what you can't do in life is get kind of angry at these types of people, or depressed, or like jaded even after a while. I think you just have to really learn to realize that some people are this way. You don't have to be that way. Just because it seems like they may be in a really good position, do you need that personality to be in that position? No, you don't. And trust me, you'll go much further in life if you just treat everyone with a lot more respect than those snobby people could ever. So that's one thing. The second thing is actually in my life, what I've experienced and what I think a lot of people go through, and hopefully, enough people get to at the end, which is a journey of, again, being self-aware and at least intelligent enough to know kind of how the world operates at different levels. In the beginning, when I was 16, 17, 18, about to go to college, I was actually really depressed, okay? I would look at the world and I would say, factually, things are not going really well. And the people in power and business and politics, they would say one thing, right? To try to get the vote, or to try to convince a boardroom of investors to buy into an idea, but then they would deliver something completely different. And I just, as a kid, I guess, who was a little bit maybe too curious, too bright in some ways, and just learned way too much, I was very depressed because I realized the world worked a certain way, and I didn't know, I felt like I was powerless to change it. But over time, going to college, what I learned is there's a system, right? And if you're smart enough to see the patterns in the system, you can learn how to operate in the system and which patterns produce the best results. And so I went from being depressed because, I could see what was going on and I felt like I couldn't change it, to trying to use my intellectual capability to understand, okay, if things are going on this way, what are the patterns that drive the situation the way it is, and how do I utilize those patterns, to move forward in my life, to actually gain some more agency so that I can actually make impactful and meaningful change for the things that made me felt depressed before. So I went from depressed to jaded, because now I'm operating based on patterns that I saw, which I just, from my perspective, think that those patterns didn't need to be the way they were. And that's what was making me jaded. So that means that there's a certain common perspective about what success looks like. And you kind of have to look a little bit like that. And I know I talked about those snobby people with that kind of personality, and that could be something that you think is a pattern of commonality, but like, you don't have to be snobby. You can do the other things, which is like the way people dress, the little things. So when people dress well and they wear business clothes, okay, everyone can wear business clothes, but can you match the color of your belt with your shoes every day? Can you wear a tie every day, which is, perfectly tied with a little dimple at the top? Those little details. So not only are you wearing business clothes in a business setting and trying to be professional, but you're going a step above. So anyway, what I mean to say is I went from depressed to jaded because I could see the patterns, such as, dressing professionally really well. But I didn't always believe in that pattern for the end result, because I felt that, even wearing shirts and a pair of shorts, I could have the same output as someone wearing a business suit. And just because that person wore a business suit every day doesn't mean that they deserve a promotion if the person in the shirt and the shorts was actually a more capable person who was delivering more and just didn't care to wear a suit. But again, that's when I was jaded in my life. And after a while, I think, and more, gaining more experience, I became empathetic, which is to say that I started to understand why things were the way they were and what people had to go through. And also, I personally, looking back, wanted to open doors for people now so that they didn't have to go through that same journey I went through, which was depression, then being jaded and not caring about things in a way, to then being empathetic. I just wanted people to be empathetic from the beginning. So that whole process, that whole journey that I went on, it's really taught me that I need to, instead of just trying to see patterns and mimic them so that I can get to some end goal, because I think that's what mimicking patterns will get me, I need to completely change the patterns so that people who are disadvantaged have the ability to get more agency in their lives and to find meaning and to push forward and hopefully become successful professionally, and just that whole mentality of, you know, keeping the door open behind you, or even opening new doors. That has to be the perspective. And if you take that perspective and apply it from the beginning, I think a lot of what I didn't have is gratefulness and thankfulness in the beginning. And if you foster that mindset from the beginning, you won't be depressed and you won't be jaded. So if we just kind of recap on everything, the first thing I said was treating everyone with respect professionally, from the janitor to the CEO. The second thing I said is I went on a journey kind of in my life from depressed to jaded to empathetic. But had I been thankful and grateful from the beginning, I think I would have just been able to be empathetic all along. But like I said, now I'm trying to open doors for people professionally. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this week's video for Motivation and Music Monday, and I hope to catch you on Wednesday. All right, guys, let's go.
Man, streets fucked me up first. I'm just returning the favor. What's good, YouTube? Welcome back to Unlockable Character. Today is Monday, Motivation Monday, Music Monday. So I'm gonna add 3 new tracks to the playlist. I'll talk about those later on the Spotify. And getting some driving POV footage while I share some motivational wisdom, guys, all right? I hope you're excited for today's video. We're starting at the car wash, of course. It's a beautiful day today. We're gonna drive back to Atlanta. We're gonna take it easy. And I'm gonna talk through some more stories that hopefully will motivate you guys to get further in life. All right, let's go. I'm not a guy to get out and dry his car, but I should get one of those portable fans that dry the car. I've been seeing them on Temu and Amazon. Let me know if you guys have one of those. If you just carry that around, does it really dry your car off? I mean, is it powerful enough? Let me know. I mean, if it's convenient, why not, you know? Like I said before, when you wash the car, the brakes really don't respond anywhere near as well, so you have to be careful. And luckily we got the light. As for tint in this car, what you're seeing right now is 30% all the way around with nothing on the windshield. I've put tint on my windshield before, and in Georgia there are a lot of roads that don't have streetlights. So at night, if you have tint on, it's pretty much impossible to see out of. I am thinking about what to do with my next car though, and I think 30% all the way around might be a good move, or maybe 20%. I have to check what's the legal limit. Of course, I can always say I have bad vision, right? And remember, guys, this is all AI, so just know that I got a ton of NVIDIA GPUs pumping out this content right now. And by the way, last week we invested in Apple and Palantir, and I think both stocks are up right now. Palantir is actually going to report earnings. So on Wednesdays, guys, we're doing Wealth Wednesdays. I have a portfolio set up and you can follow along. Remember, I'm not a financial advisor, but you're more than welcome to follow along. You know, take my advice if you want. Start your own portfolio. I mean, what I really want to do is help people, you know, start to accumulate wealth. And Americans in general need to start owning stocks and bonds. Now that Robinhood is a free trading platform, and there are others where it doesn't cost any money for you to trade stocks, I think it's a good way to, every month, if you can save some money, put some away in a certain group of stocks that you feel confident in. And when we talk about stocks, you should really focus on companies that you are excited to follow. So maybe you really use their products, or it's an industry that you're really familiar with. And, you know, it's not a hassle for you to read the news about your company that you're following, or read the news about the industry and new innovations, maybe legal cases. So there could be large lawsuits, there could be patents that come out. all of those things swing the stock. And if you follow those industries and you follow those companies, you can start making educated guesses about where you think the company or that industry will go, and then you can make your short-term and long-term calls. But I think overall, especially in your early 20s, if you start putting away money monthly into stocks, it's a great way to set yourself up to be able to actually buy real estate in your 30s. And now more than ever, we've seen real estate prices go up, right? Well, stocks and bonds also go up just as real estate is going up, because they're all capital, they're all assets. Stocks and bonds are what's considered equity. And what we've had over the past 15 years is quantitative easing, where the Federal Reserve prints trillions and trillions of dollars. And what that really does is it inflates the prices of assets like houses, but it also inflates stocks, because companies, instead of paying their workers more, have been buying back their own shares, which artificially inflates the price of those shares. But as a result, you know, if you rode different waves in the stock market, like the tech wave, we saw Facebook, now called Meta. You know, if you looked at where they started in 2011 to where they are now, if you had started putting away a little bit of money, you'd be wealthy by now if you had just invested in Facebook, believe it or not. But there's always new opportunities, there's always new companies coming out. So don't despair if you think that you didn't get the chance to make your money. So definitely follow along on Wealth Wednesdays, guys, if you want to hear more about stocks and, you know, building wealth for yourself. So I've gone back to my old setup because Apple Maps doesn't have as many cop reports as Waze. So I have my tire pressure on the left and Apple Maps on the Waze on the right. Let me know what you guys use for all you G80 owners or future G80 owners. And also, guess what, guys? The LCI M4 has been delivered. I've seen deliveries in the UK, in Canada, and certain parts of the US. So the refreshed LCI M4 with new headlights, new taillights, 25 more horsepower, I think, it's out. Let me know what you guys think. Do you like the new car? Do you like the old style with the laser taillights? Keep me posted. For those of you that live up here in Forsyth County, you probably know that Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, just like the state police, you know, Georgia State Police, they don't mess around and they will pit maneuver people. So I'm sure if you live up here in North Georgia, you know that. They don't play. Alright guys, so right now the valves are fully closed, the burbles are off, car is in comfort mode, and it sounds stock. Like, you would have no idea that the car has a mid-pipe and downpipes. There's no drone at all, which is incredible, because in any other car that I've had where I modified the exhaust, there was always some drone, even in the quietest settings. But this really feels like completely stock, and that goes hand in hand with the nature of this car, which is kind of Jekyll and Hyde, where you can be in full comfort settings, stealth, you know, not making much noise, still fast, and soft, you know, and you can fully turn the car into basically like a road-going race car in terms of how stiff it can get, the engine at the Sport Plus settings, the shifting at the fastest setting, valves opening up fully. So yeah, let's hear the difference right now. I'm gonna open up the valves. I'll put it into full sport settings, but comfort suspension, because this Highway 400 is so freaking bouncy. You can immediately hear the difference. But it's still not too bad in here. The burbles are on right now, I'll keep them on. Sounded pretty good, huh? And for those of you who have noticed that the shifts are really good, I have customized my own XHP tune over months of driving the car, and I've gotten a really good feel. And if you ever need help with flashing XHP on your car and customizing it, let me know. I'm gonna include the link to my calendar. You can book an hour of my time where I will customize XHP for you for $50. So if that's something you want to do, definitely check it out. I'll leave the link in the description. Man, streets fucked me up first. I'm just returning the favor.
Hey, this motherfucker nasty though.
Appreciate it, man.
They always told me the M model boy, ain't nothing to be played.
Nowadays, they're all-wheel drive too.
Let me in.
Back. So dark in here. All right. So for 30 tracks for Music Monday today, here's what we got. First off, we got Poppin' Rubber Bands by Wiz Khalifa. You see it. You see the playlist. Now, when I was growing up, Wiz Khalifa was huge, and I actually got into cars because of car audio. So I had a Subaru Legacy GT, and it took me 10 paychecks to put together enough money to get a sound system in the car, and I would always bump Wiz Khalifa's mixtapes. I know he went a little bit different in a different direction with his music, but his old stuff still bumps. So Poppin' Rubber Bands is one of low-key his best songs. I hope you guys enjoy it. The other songs I have are Next Move by Real Young Phil, excellent track, and Alphabetical Alchemy by Jazz Players and Domsta. So I hope you guys enjoy. There's 15 songs now, so every week we're gonna add 3, and this playlist is gonna be bonkers, guys. All right, let's go. All right, guys, welcome back to Unlockable Character. Today for Motivation Monday, I want to talk a little bit about college. So, should you still go to college in 2024? What do I recommend? Well, first off, I think college has become so expensive that when you look at it from a financial calculation, it's no longer worth it for many of the private schools in the US. The school I went to when I was enrolled in 2010 was around $40,000 a year. That has gone up to, I think, $79,000 a year in the last 14 years. And that is just untenable. That is just not supportable for people to be able to afford that, especially when you look at the statistics across the US where it is now common for you to make less than your parents. So how are you going to afford college when it's doubled in price in the past 14 years when you're making less than your parents? It doesn't make any sense. And even when I went to college, I kind of wish, and this is my advice, you know, take it for what you will, but I kind of wish that I had actually gone to community college and worked 2 jobs and started investing, because that would have put me a lot further ahead by the time I was 22 than trying to, you know, hustle and earn a high-paying job after I graduated. It still worked out, but my advice for everyone right now is actually look at seeing if there's a local community college around you. And in today's climate, think about studying networks, computer systems. You don't have to get into programming, but you should be able to understand how computer systems within networks talk to each other. So in the past 15 years, there's a term called data scientist, which has been a hot job. And 15 years ago, that was a very different responsibility than it is today. It's still a hot job, but 15 years ago, what people were doing is they were creating visual analytics. They were using things like, you know, starting with Excel graphs, but moving into things like Tableau before it was bought by Salesforce. People were essentially becoming business intelligence analysts, and they were calling themselves data scientists. Today, data scientists work with AI and machine learning models, and they're able to train the models, deploy the models, and understand how they grow. And prompt engineering has also become something which is a hot term, and you don't have to go to college to learn how to become a prompt engineer. You can teach a lot of yourself the tools and the techniques behind prompting by just looking up courses online, looking at, you know, some of the largest tech companies are publishing a lot of open source projects, and they're describing what they're doing. So Snowflake just published their open source enterprise LLM. Arctic, Meta, Facebook has been publishing open source llama models, and they describe how their models work. You should read up on that. You should think about terms like mixture of experts, single chain prompting versus multi-chain prompting. You should think about context windows. AI is coming, and what I would recommend is colleges are moving too slowly. They're not going to have the latest courses and accreditation for you to have a data science degree. But you can learn a lot of that on your own. And that's why I think if you go to community college, you're giving yourself the chance to get some in-class, you know, instruction, and you can seek out courses that you find valuable. And you can also pace yourself. You can work a job or 2 jobs if you need to make income. You can spend it on investments. You don't take on a lot of debt. And at the same time, you can teach yourself while you're going to community college without facing the pressure of, you know, a top private school. And if you really do well after 2 years of community college, you can earn a lot of scholarships, which you can then transfer into a 4-year school and complete your degree.
So yeah, in today's climate, I would recommend getting a community college degree, working a job while you go to school, investing your money, and really learning how to apply AI in your daily life. All right, guys, let's go. Alright guys, welcome back. About to have some fun on the drive back home.
What's good, YouTube? Welcome back to Unlockable Character. Today is Music and Motivation Monday. I have added 3 new tracks to the Spotify playlist. Check them out. They're going to be all what I'd consider like intelligent dance music, a little bit of house, a little bit of drum and bass, a little bit of jungle, throwback I think to the 90s. We don't really have, raves like the 90s, but I think these 3 songs will take you back. And then on the motivation side of things, I just want to remind everyone that within a year, within 3 years, your life can really, really change. When I was 22, I was renting a attic in a fixer-upper house in one of the worst neighborhoods in Boston. It's called Roxbury. And every night you would hear, you think it would be fireworks, but it was actually gunshots. And then you'd hope in the morning that when you came out to your car that the tires wouldn't be slashed. And I actually ended up selling my car. It was a Subaru Legacy GT. I got like $3,600 from a Toyota dealership. I really needed the money. And I was taking, multiple buses and trains to get to work, to get to school. I went to a school that was 5 years, so I graduated when I was 23. So I was living in this attic in a fixer-upper house. I was extremely allergic to cats, and there were 5 cats in the house. So I was always on allergy medicine. But at the time, I was trying to push my life forward. I was going to the gym every day. I was trying to spend as little time as possible in that little attic. And so, during that time, I was working an internship while I was in my final year of school. And I remember I did really well in the internship because I applied some of the principles that I spoke about in other videos of mine, where I talk about, treating everyone with the same respect, from the janitor to the CEO, to giving back, to trying to learn as much as possible and then give back, even sometimes without asking for permission, just going for it. And as an intern, I was applying that. So the company was State Street, and I really did want to work there. I thought I had got a foot in the door, and I got interviewed for a position that didn't actually exist before. It was to sit with their sales team for institutional clients. So State Street is a big asset manager, and it manages many of the world's largest companies' assets, and it also owns most stock for most companies around the world through their clients, through State Street's clients. So
let's say there's a massive company like Coca-Cola. They may or may not be State Street's client, but Coca-Cola has employees with retirement accounts, pensions, and 401ks. For pensions, Coca-Cola is actually managing that money through State Street. State Street will invest that money for Coca-Cola and try to produce good returns so that the Coca-Cola can pay out its retirement employees. Anyway, I sat with the business team, and the position was new, so it didn't exist before. It was going to combine business and technology. And my role was to basically create new technology to help the sales team sell more institutional asset management products. So I go through 5 rounds of interviews, something like that, and I'm called up to HR, and you know, they're basically discussing pay at this point, and they ask me what I want. And this was my first job, and I knew that I was going to be working a lot of hours. So I said, you know what, I want a base salary of $70,000. This was 2015, and I wanted to get overtime. So in the US, there's exempt and non-exempt. So I said, I want the status that allows me to get the base salary of $70,000, which is then broken down by 40 hours a week. But then any time that I work over that 40 hours, I want overtime based on that status. And so, you know, had a little bit of back and forth in the room with HR, and they actually said, you know what, we've actually normally never paid people of color this much. I actually got up and left when they said that, and I walked away. And I remember, you know, maybe 12 hours later, I'm actually back at my campus. I'm eating at the cafeteria, and I get a call from the hiring manager, and she says they'll do it. And I was so surprised, but I held my ground. I knew what I wanted, that 70K base plus overtime. I felt disrespected in the moment when they said they didn't pay people of color that much, but you know, I didn't show it emotionally. I just got up and left, and I ended up getting the job, and that, you know, really set me up for my future. I do thank State Street. I think they groomed me, State Street Global Advisors, into an excellent financial professional. It was a great time in my life. But yeah, guys, I went from living in an attic to being able to afford a 2-bedroom apartment by myself in Boston within a year. So you never know, guys. Your life could change in a week, a month, a year. Just keep applying the principles that you hold true. Try to unlock the best version of yourself, and you will move forward in life. You will get to where you want to be. All right, guys, I hope you like this week's video. There's tons of pure driving POV footage too. Let's go. Like, guys, do you realize how fast that is? For a stock car? But now I kind of know the city really well, and so there's a lot less stress for me driving around. And it's a good feeling, I'm not gonna lie. I do get annoyed with people because they have no idea how to drive here, so I just go around them. Like I said, if you know how to drive, you can go around people, go around them. Like I said, don't try this at home, guys. What's up, guys? It is Music and Motivation Monday. Just got back from the gym, and it was a battle for me today just to get to the gym. Pre-workout I've been taking is pretty, say, mellow compared to what I'm used to in the past. So right now we are in full rear-wheel drive. The car is in full sport settings, except for the steering and suspension. I need to go get some gas, and then we'll get home, get some POV footage. Also, I'm keeping the burbles off because I think it's so much cleaner. Tell me what you guys think. I think with the burbles off, the car sounds like beautiful. It's literally perfect. And you can really hear the intake without the burbles.
kind of windy today on the highways, but on these town roads it's quiet, so you can hear the exhaust. Wonder what they're building over there. Pretty nice windows. One thing about the South is we're gonna have a Waffle House everywhere you go. Yeah guys, people say the G80 doesn't sound good. They don't know what they're talking about. Most people in the car community just have no idea what they're talking about. And it goes all the way up to the exotic owners. These Porsche guys, they buy Fab Speed, Soul. They don't know that those two shops are next to each other. And most of the time, just like, you know, other brands like BMW, when you buy titanium exhaust, for example, it's most likely steel from Taiwan or China, which is then stamped with the logo. And then you get charged 2 times, 3 times the cost, depending on what brand you drive. So trust me when I say I've done enough research to know what sounds good and what prices you should be paying. And I think Mastery of Art and Design, really shout out those guys. They provide great products for the G80 community, and all you really need is a single mid pipe. That would be like OEM plus, single mid pipe, plus a valve controller. Then get a little bit more power, a little bit more sound, go for the catless downpipes and the 2 Big Daddy Garage mini cats. That plus the mid pipe plus the valve controller to fully open the valves, and then intakes of your choice. Again, Mastery of Art and Design, they have the engine bay intakes, and they also have the intakes that go behind the front bumper. The front bumper ones, of course, can be the loudest. They weren't out when I bought the intakes that I currently have, but if I could do it all over again, I would do the single resonated mid pipe from Mastery of Art and Design, the resonated catless downpipes, the 2 Big Daddy's cats to prevent the check engine light, the front bumper engine intakes, so the front bumper cold air intakes, the SST valve controller, and literally like that's the perfect exhaust. You don't need to do the axle back or the muffler. The only thing titanium is going to do at that point is going to create a higher pitched noise, and titanium will fail over time compared to stainless steel. I mean, it looks cool, don't get me wrong, like the CS has a titanium muffler, the CSL has a titanium muffler, and if you drive that car hard, you'll notice the instead of looking like an aluminum diaper, like what the stock mufflers look like, it'll look like a blue, like an undershroud or a shield for the exhaust. So it does look cool, but again, it'll be a higher pitch and it doesn't last as long usually, even though it looks cool. So yeah guys, G80s can definitely sound good. Don't let people say otherwise. Also, I think BMW is selling more G80s and G82s than they've ever sold for a previous M3 generation, M4 generation. So all the hatred for the front grille hasn't translated into poor sales, you know what I mean? So the Chevron we're going to is in Dunwoody. It actually has good ethanol, E85. It also has a touchless car wash, but the car wash has rails that you go over. It's easy to mess up the wheels on the rails. I actually did that in my Supra, and then I had to repowder coat my wheels. It's always the worst feeling. So other than dudes driving their baby mama's Nissan Altimas and the baby mamas themselves driving their Nissan Altimas to the lash appointment or the nail appointment, high schoolers in the northern suburbs are definitely something to look out for, because they have no idea how to drive. And they should not be getting into these cars that their parents are buying them, but that's all good. Don't get me started on the lifted trucks too. You guys have seen that video where I almost got hit by a truck. I was kind of trolling, I'm not gonna lie. But generally, you know, when you drive on the road, people almost want like socialism on the road, but they don't have the qualities or the driving experience or the ability to kind of give in to that kind of social contract. They just expect others to give more, and that's bullshit. I just go around them, you know what I mean? And even in life, when you find people like that, just go around them. Don't let them hold you back. And then all the negativity that comes afterwards, they're just, you know, they're being held back in life, so let them be negative. Forgot right now is probably when school is getting out. I try to go to the gym when I have free time after my workday ends, and it's all over the place. I could go in the morning and go in the afternoon. I used to go for years at like 4 or 5 a.m. but then I started having calls, overseas calls at 4 or 5 a.m. so it really threw my schedule into a little bit of a mess. But alright guys, I'll turn this back on when the traffic clears up. Alright guys, I'm still listening to Gun on repeat. So tell me what you guys think about this, right? I've lived all over the world, and generally in the United States, the problem in most suburban communities that are predominantly white is that white people call the police. In Asian communities, we police ourselves. In Hispanic communities, they generally police themselves, but white communities always have to rely on the police, and that generally has become a downfall. A lot of I think towns that I live in, or neighborhoods that I live in, they're just full of people who are, you know, paranoid. And not just paranoid, they have no ability to relate, and they have very, very limited worldviews. So why would you live around those people, you know what I mean? I want a racetrack in my backyard. I want to have friends of all different kinds come over, you know? And the last thing I want to worry about is someone hypersensitive calling the police because they think, you know, something out of the ordinary is happening. Most people these days can't even talk to their neighbor, and I think it really is a problem in predominantly white neighborhoods. And don't get me started on the police force. When you talk about the quality of labor, you're shooting for the bottom of the barrel in terms of the police force, especially in America. Very little emotional intelligence, very little critical thinking abilities. They literally just follow orders like grunts. And that's actually how systemic issues persist, is because people who are put in power to bring people in front of the law don't have any critical thinking abilities, so they don't think about what laws are being enforced. They just enforce them blindly with no respect to the impact on their communities and the long-term harm, especially economic harm for families. And these are the things that if you don't think about, you might, you know, live in a little bubble thinking that the police are all good and you can call them for whatever reason, and you're so ignorant, you know what I mean? And why would you ever want to live around people like that? Now, I'm not saying I want to live around people that don't respect law and order. I just want to live around people who have common sense and understand which laws were put in place for what reason. And also people who have the self-worth to actually talk to each other to work things out. The integrity to do that instead of calling upon essentially an armed gang with no critical thinking abilities to enforce laws that have probably been on the books for more than 6-7 decades. So guys, gas tank is on the right side of the car. If you ever need to know where your gas tank is, if you look at the icon for the pump in your fuel gauge, it'll usually have an arrow, and the arrow will point to where the fuel gauge is showing you where the gas pump will be on your car. It's a little tip. All right guys, get some gas and get out of here. I always have to look back twice, guys. Never get that right. Hello. Can I do $60 on pump 2? Do you do tap? Nice. Where are you from, brother?
India.
Yeah, what part?
South.
South? Hyderabad? I'm from Calcutta. I know Bengali, but I don't know like Tamil or anything like that. What do you speak?
Telugu.
Telugu? Oh yeah. Hindi? I know a little bit Hindi, How long have you been around here?
4 months.
4 months? No. I'll see you around, man. So when I was growing up, whenever my mom and dad would meet other Indian people, we'd call them country cousins. And in New Jersey, yeah, you can't pump your own gas. People are employed to pump gas, and they'd usually be Indian people, because all the gas station owners are Indian people, and they would hire their family and friends to come over to pump gas. And they are really hardworking people, guys. They save a lot of money. I just wish that some of them would have a little bit more of an open-minded mindset, because you can't take the money with you. You know what I mean? And this life is pretty much a big stage. And once you start to see the strings, then you can have a lot of fun, especially if you're an artist. And I don't mean to be too metaphorical, guys, but it goes in all things to have rhythm, to appreciate art and beauty, and to let things go. But dang, we're gonna be here a while. Let's take a walk around the car. You can tell my car doesn't have a spoiler on it. I actually think that's a much cleaner look. And I know it's wide angle, guys, right now, so it probably looks a little bit awkward, but the car still looks super, super clean. Yeah, guys, the only thing I would do differently next time is put a full coilover setup with camber plates, so I can adjust the camber more. From factory, I think you can get 2 degrees of camber in the front and like 2.5 in the back. Right now, gas here is $4.50. It's approaching $5 in the city. But honestly, what am I gonna do? Not drive? Like, I don't think about gas that much anymore, but what I'd be worried about is water. And if the price of water gets around to what the price of gasoline is, we have a big, big problem. Luckily, in cities like Atlanta, where a ton of people are moving into the city, it means that the load bearing for the water infrastructure is actually spread across more people. But in cities and towns across the US where people are moving away, the cost of water is going up a lot. Of course, the infrastructure of Atlanta is dilapidated. That's another story. I mean, it needs to be improved. But at least the cost of water is not as extremely expensive as other areas that are not growing. All right, 12.7 gallons when the fuel reserve came on. I think the car has a 15-gallon tank, so the fuel reserve seems to come on at like 3 gallons, I think. Or 50 miles of range. Could be either one. All right, guys, let's start this thing up in rear-wheel drive mode. The valve's open. Sport settings. That's pretty good, right? Now, you guys have probably noticed that I have some music in the background in some of my videos. I try really careful not to play too much music, although I love driving to music. YouTube will immediately give you a copyright strike, so gotta watch out for that. Let's see if I can get home without directions. Forgot to turn the purples off. Sounds amazing, guys. No doubt about it. Like, tell me that doesn't sound like a race car. Carbon ceramic brakes like a race car. Like, come on now. people say, oh, the car's not visceral. Come on. You need to spend like maybe 2 bands on the car and it becomes one of the best modern cars like of all time, guys. All-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, a very, very stout transmission that's reliable. You just need to flash it so that it shifts a little bit quicker. Intake, mid-pipe, downpipes, valve controller, set of lowering springs or a height adjustable suspension, the front monoballs, adjustable outer tie rods for bump steer in the front, and then a rear tow arm kit from SPL with eccentric lockouts. That's what I've done on the car, and it just completely transformed the car. And I think altogether that's probably $2,500, guys. So you know, you're driving a stock M4, you're like, oh man, this is so numb. Trust me, you're missing out. And from what I've seen, most people, they don't even drive the car the way it's meant to be driven, you know? So be careful who you get your advice from. That's what I'd say, and take everything I say with a grain of salt, but just know I've been through it and I've suffered through doing things multiple times to get to the right setup. What do you guys think about these X4s, the X6? I think the X6 is beastly now, especially with the new LCI. I think they have the new chevron headlights. I'm not gonna lie, the new headlights on the CS and the 25 models are growing on me, guys. I just wish the taillights from the factory for the pre-LCI looked something like this X6, you know? It's kind of sleeker. The taillights on the M4 pre-LCI kind of look like Honda Accord taillights, or an Acura, right? Guys, also, please don't try to drive like I do. And remember, this is all AI, so this is my avatar. Powered by a lot of H100 NVIDIA GPUs to produce this 4K 60 frames per second output. And it took 10 years to train, so it's definitely at that mastery level. I've seen a lot of funny comments too. You know, YouTube holds comments before I can even see them because sometimes they break YouTube's terms of service. And I have had some racist comments. It's really funny. It generally comes from people, and I look at their profile pages, right? And it's the most ridiculous videos of like Donald Trump, Ben Shapiro. Like, I'm like, damn, these guys are so ignorant. You know what I mean? Like, there's no point in even starting a discussion. You know, some people are so narrow-minded. Not to say that I support Biden or Trump. I just think that people who blindly support one or another are kind of ignorant. And you can tell when someone's not balanced, that they're supremely stuck in their ways and they have no ability to kind of raise their consciousness, or they're completely blocked off from it. And again, you can just avoid those people. They'll just be in a negative circle surrounded by other negative people. Once you realize that the way you react to things is within your control, I think the world really opens up to you. And most people get stuck in a vicious cycle of not being able to manage their own emotions. So it really comes back to, can you let things go? And once you're able to let things go, I mean, everything is just free. I'm not gonna go crazy here because we're on basically back roads. people that I was talking about before that live in those communities that just call the police on each other, those are literally NPCs. They just run on set programming. They don't see the bigger picture, stuck in their little lives. And if I'm sounding condescending, I do apologize, but sometimes you can't take people with you. You can show them the door, you can show them a better way, you can show them higher consciousness, higher energy, open mindset, and if they don't step through it, you know, that's their fault. Don't let it hold you down. So I got back to the highway by myself, guys. I'm pretty proud. You ever think about that? How much time you spend just looking at the map? The more heads up of a driver you become, where you just look out through your windshield and make decisions, the better of a driver you are. And that comes hand in hand with, of course, living in an area and learning it. Like when I moved down to Atlanta and I was trying to, you know, hang out with some cool people in the car community, and they knew the city and the surrounding towns. Oh man, keeping up was hell, because they'd be like, you know, taking turns without ever considering where they're going, because they already know. Meanwhile, I'm always double checking myself. And back then I had this Android screen. It was a big, almost tablet screen in my Q60, and I was running basically Android on there with Waze, and it had a hotspot connection to my phone, but Waze would never work properly. It would always be spinning around, and I'd be so stressed, guys. I'd be so stressed. But now I kind of know the city really well, and so there's a lot less stress for me driving around, and it's a good feeling, I'm not gonna lie. I do get annoyed with people because they have no idea how to drive here, so I just go around them. Like I said, if you know how to drive, you can go around people, go around. Like I said, don't try this at home, guys. I know the flow of traffic around the whole city. This is turning out to be a pretty good Monday, huh, guys? I love hitting that red line. One of the reasons I shift so much is just to hear the car, guys. With this exhaust setup, it sounds so good. Sounds amazing. Oh guys, this car's too fun, you know? Personally, in the United States, I think if you want to drive, there should be different levels of licenses, and the licenses allow you to purchase cars at different horsepower levels, and also allows you to drive with a different set of capabilities because you've proven yourself. I really don't need to be lumped in with 80-year-old drivers who shouldn't be on the road and treated the same. This isn't a socialist country. However, my taxes pay for the roads, and I accept that. But, you know, if you want to tax me a little bit higher for a license that allows me to drive the car the way it should be, and I've proven myself, go for it. That's actually what, you know, I think taxation, representation is all about. Don't just start banning, you know, the modifications of cars. Don't start banning combustion engines. You're gonna get a bunch of people who don't know how to drive in massive, very heavy EVs that accelerate faster than any combustion engine car, and you're just gonna create a bigger problem for yourself. By the way, guys, what I would look out for in the future, especially for investing, is electric vertical takeoff and landing planes. They are coming, all right? These are going to be basically luxury Ubers for the elite class. They'll also transport things that are extremely crucial and valuable, like human organs to transplant, jewelry, extremely important packages. But you will start to see, you know, we have the Atlanta main airport, and then we have another airport in DeKalb County, which is a smaller airport where private planes fly into, and you will start to see electric vertical takeoff and landing planes really take off across the country in the next 10 years to follow basically an Uber model for the elite class. And this is basically classism at play. You're seeing it play out. Financialization first allowed us to open up technology at low cost or free or even more than free for people to use, like the delivery apps, Uber, and now the margins are at the top. So the people who can pay for will pay more, will pay for these premium services as the technology supports them. What we really should have done is built high-speed train around this country, but of course no one would want that, right? Meanwhile, if you look at countries like Indonesia, they've just created their first or their latest high-speed train between two major cities that are about 100 miles apart, and it takes 45 minutes to get 100 miles. Think about that. Boston to New York, San Francisco to LA. There's so many opportunities in the United States that we have basically let go for the past quarter century, 25 years, since 1999. We got involved in the Middle East for 2 decades. There's trillions of dollars there, wasted. We have more homeless people than ever, guys. We have more people addicted on fentanyl and pain medication than ever. And the government thinks, you know, let's invest in electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles for the elite class. Just to give you an idea of where we're going. But I'm really glad I can speak truly to you guys. And hopefully I'm speaking in a way that you can understand, because I'm not trying to be condescending or elitist. I'm just trying to really give you the lay of the land for how life is going to play out, how you can invest to make money off of it, and how you can break free of the chains that the majority of the society are in, and that they don't even see that they're in. Guys, it never gets old. Never gets old. Let's go to all-wheel drive so you can see the difference. Burbles will be on. This is going to be extreme. Like I said, the car is just extreme in all-wheel drive mode with the burbles on. Accelerates like literally an electric car. If you launch this car, even stock, people will tell you it feels like a Tesla Model S launching. It's absolutely outrageous. Like a race car. It's not tuned, guys. That's the XHP, I think, a little bit with the burble overrun. Like, guys, do you realize how fast that is? For a stock car? By the way, guys, I think our presidential candidates are like 80 and 90 years old, right? So please don't think that they have your interests in mind. And neither do the vice presidents or the vice presidential candidates. Kamala Harris is a traitor to the, I think, the brown skin community in terms of what she's done to incriminate and jail people of color in California. And now she just has like a laissez-faire attitude about everything, but come on, way too many bodies in her closet for her to be acting like that. And Joe Biden, guys, come on. Talk about a puppet on a string, right? The problem is Joe Biden is controlled by internal strings and Trump is controlled by external strings, most notably Russia. And how did we get here, guys? How do we have two candidates that are 80 and 90 years old? How is there not a better candidate that's self-made in the United States? Really blows my mind. Hopefully the spirit of this channel, where people do unlock the best version of themselves, will carry over to people trying to do better in the community. I know I want to be seen and really felt as someone that can be approached for advice, to mentor the younger generation, to be what is considered a third place in society. So traditionally you have your home and your work, and the third place is where people get together to connect, to unwind, to socialize, to build bonds. And I want to create a space like that. Think about it. Car enthusiasts, music, fashion, music videos, movies, just creating a space where people can kind of chill, maybe beverages, you know, boba is great, I love boba. Not too much into coffee, but you know, coffee and cars always go well. I'd love to have a space like that. And just turn a little bit of a profit, but just keep it open for people, right? Because many times people want to escape their problems and they go to the wrong places. Yeah, this all-wheel drive is just outrageous, guys. This is what it's going to sound like inside the car. All-wheel drive, verbals on. It's just an animal. Like, there's no other way to describe the car. Like I said, don't try this. This is all AI. Alright, let's lower the windows. Yep, still sounds amazing. Also, guys, the car is modified, lowered, no rattles. Only when I put a water bottle that doesn't securely fit in the cup holder does it rattle a little bit, and that's just the cup holder. So, build quality A1 on these cars, unbelievable. I have really fallen in love with the G80, G82. 2 doors for me, 4 doors for others, it's all good. I would get the Touring if I could, and 2-door is always hot, no problem. But like, if you get the Touring, that's when you get a real like exotic sports car as the weekend car, and then the M3 Touring is the daily. I think Europe is gonna get an M3 CS Touring, which is unbelievable. Like that, why wouldn't that come to the US? The M5 is too big. I know we're gonna get the Touring. It's gonna be like 6,000 pounds of weight. Like, it's probably gonna be extremely safe, no lie. I mean, it'll go fast in a straight line. It'll do what it's supposed to do. But yeah, I'd much prefer an M3 Touring over an M5 Touring, especially a CS version in the US. Use your mirrors, guys. The AI, the refresh rate is so fast that these NPCs come up real quick. And remember, they're not thinking, so you have to be the ones thinking. They're just running on repeat program. Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed. When I get back, I'm gonna put the songs on the playlist for you guys and wrap it up. Let's go! sense for this, guys, to see how you can counter steer. What's up, guys? Welcome back. A few of you asked for a video where I showcase all the mods on the car, so I'm actually gonna go to a pretty awesome spot and get you that footage today, and it'll be a little bit secluded so we can take our time, talk about all the mods in the car, and do videos from the outside as well. All right, guys, let's go. Car is warmed up. It's in rear wheel drive mode. M2 settings, which is sport everything, stability control off, traction control off, comfort, suspension, comfort steering. Today, they closed down Peachtree Street Northeast, which was really nice actually. A lot of people with bikes, dogs, local food. All of that was around there today, so. Oh, it sounds great. And this area right here is kind of like a tunnel for noise, so everything kind of gets amplified. Those of you asking, I film everything with a GoPro Hero 11 Black and a head mount strap, and it's basically my GoPro and this iPad to get everything done. It's a beautiful day today, 78 degrees, a little bit cloudy, but this is my favorite time of the year, late May, early June, really long days. The sun sets here in Atlanta around like 8:15. It's so late. We get so much daylight. Atlanta is actually really far inland, but we're still on Eastern Standard Time, so we do get more sunlight than places like New York City. So version 1.6 of the XHP software came out. I flashed it on the car, and I made some changes to the torque reduction. I'm actually going to talk about that. I'll film that today, and I'll also film Bimmer code, which is how you turn off the fake exhaust noise. You can also code in a custom ambient lighting color, change the tilt value of the mirrors when you go into reverse. You can code in a Bowers & Wilkins sound profile, even though this is Harman Kardon, and it actually sounds better. So I'll talk about all of that and what cable I use, because some people use a wireless adapter, but it takes forever. So I highly recommend getting if you have an iPhone, a cable that plugs in from your iPhone to the OBD adapter with a lightning adapter. So I'll show you all of that. It makes everything so quick. A wired connection will generally be faster than wireless, and it makes flashing a breeze. So guys, today's Sunday. This video is going to be uploaded tomorrow, Monday. It's going to be Music and Motivation Monday. But today, for the first time, I did a live premiere of a weekend bonus clip, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. I included some special, very rare footage of my GT3 at the end, so definitely check it out. And of course, for Music and Motivation Monday is going to be adding 3 new tracks to the Spotify playlist. Today. Don't want to get you guys assaulted with wind noise. Maybe just a little bit for the exhaust. Fun right now, guys. Like I said, don't try this at home. This is an AI. Pro tip, not the HOV lane, but the leftmost lane here has a huge divot right after you come on this sweeping left-hand turn, so it can upset your car, just as a heads up. You should definitely know how to drive if you're going to try and take that at speed. So guys, let's talk a little bit about motivation. In some of my previous videos, I talked about how I've gone through different stages in my life. So when I was graduating high school, I was actually very, very depressed. I was at one of my lowest points in my life because I had done a lot of research, a lot of reading. I've always been an avid reader, and I would just spend countless nights staying up, understanding the world, why it worked the way it did. And the more and more research I did, I truly came to understand that this world is truly a broken and corrupt place. And I felt so disempowered to do anything about it. I also felt that college was a waste, even though I got a Dean scholarship, and that I was basically following my parents' dreams, and I was not in touch with my inner self. So that was at a point in time when I was actually very depressed. Now, when I got to college, one of the first things I did is pick up 2 jobs. and I found more value in working than I did in going to class, especially the first 2 years of college. There was no way I should have been paying $50,000, $60,000 a year for introductory classes for 2 years. Luckily, the school I went to, they require you to work for 18 months outside of the 2 jobs that I was working just to make some income. They give you a co-op. Well, they don't give it to you. You have to earn it by applying, creating a resume. And the first co-op I got was to work for the Mayor's Office of Economic Development in Seattle. So I went from Boston to Seattle at 18, and I was getting paid $800 a month to work for the Mayor's Office. So I picked up another job, PF Chang's. I worked doubles. And I was in Seattle for a year by myself. And I learned a lot about the techie culture of Seattle. This was 2012, so Amazon was just starting to expand and create all these different buildings. The zeitgeist of that techie culture, you know, these generally younger males in their 20s, generally white, I would say. For some reason, they had a fetish for Asian women. Couldn't understand that. They were very socially awkward, very boring people, very dry, but they were also extremely liberal, and they would have these like alter lives, like second lives. And I would have to take taxis sometimes home from work because the public transportation would close. When I would get out of PF Chang's, it would be like 2 a.m. and the taxi drivers would tell me the second lives of these tech, you know, really rich young tech folks who would cheat on their wives with another man. And I was like, this is just like upside down world, you know what I mean? But I kept my head down, I worked hard. And after that first co-op, I got a sales management position with Dell EMC to sell technical training for servers and hardware. I did really well in sales. I realized I was really good in sales, but I also realized that it took a lot out of me because I'm generally an introvert. But as I was picking up these experiences, I realized that I could demonstrate skill and ability that had nothing to do with learning anything in the classroom in a job, and that got me further than trying to get the highest GPA at an undergrad school when I didn't even believe in the curriculum because I already thought I knew it all. And maybe that is a flaw, but I found more value in work than school, so I applied myself very diligently to my work. And by the time the third co-op came around, I did everything possible to try to work for a financial company so that I could get a foot in the door, have a pathway to a high starting salary, and basically begin making the steps towards financial independence. And at this point in my life, I became jaded because now I've seen that you don't need the undergrad degree. The first 2 years especially are basically useless. You're just spending so much money on what you could be learning at a community college. And all of the people that were going to get these degrees, many of them were taking on 6 figures of debt. Again, luckily I had a Dean scholarship. But, you know, I had to still make money for myself. I wasn't given anything. And I was getting more and more jaded because I realized I'm still not in the power to change anything. I have to play by the system's rules. I'm just bright enough and well-read enough to have understood the system, recognized the patterns, and applied them in my life to get to the best starting point for my career, which at the time was a $70,000 salary plus overtime as an analyst with the pretty prestigious institutional client group of State Street Global Advisors as a starting position. I was very happy because outside of being jaded, I didn't have to work with 20-year-olds. I didn't have to work with people my age because you will realize very quickly that if you just surround yourself when you're in your early 20s with other people your age, they're not going to be on your wavelength if you're thinking like this. And they're just going to bring you down. They're going to talk about very surface level things. That also got me very jaded because people were just not open to talking about the depths of you know, the economy, the depths of social issues, the fact that, you know, people are basically taking on more debt and the American society was becoming a class of basically debt slaves and wage slaves. No one wanted to talk about that. They just wanted to talk about where they were going out that weekend. And the running joke was all the 20-year-olds at State Street Global Advisors worked in the ETF sales group. And we called it the high school locker room, that whole floor, because it smelled like Axe. But luckily, I worked with 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds, and I tried to learn as much as possible from them. And I applied what I knew in technology and business, but also used my charisma, which I had learned in sales, to connect groups that normally didn't talk to each other. And as I spoke about before, I also created mentorship opportunities without asking. I took every class possible on the online university at that company in finance and computer science, and I applied that to my job, and then I gave back to the interns and the other co-ops who had started after me by teaching them what I had learned, and all of that helped me progress my career very quickly. But I was still jaded because I realized that people like me were successful because we studied the system and applied essentially the patterns that we knew which would lead to success, but we didn't truly believe in those patterns because they weren't purely around meritocracy. I realized very quickly that a lot of people relied on connections, their wealth, their prestige of their families to get where they wanted to be. And meanwhile, here I was, isolated by myself, thankfully surrounded by older folks who taught me a lot, couldn't connect with people my age, realized what the patterns were, applied myself to you know, find success in those patterns, move ahead in my career, but I still felt so jaded. And then I realized I should be empathetic. I should be more understanding of people's just their challenges in daily life and why they wouldn't be able to see the patterns the way I did, and I should just be opening doors in a better way. And so that's how I've gone from depressed when I was 18, jaded when I was, I would say 22, and then empathetic by the time I was 27. And by the time I was 27, I was a vice president at BlackRock, okay? And I was starting to see the effects of diversity, equity, and inclusion being a virtue signaling aspect of a company rather than true meaningful impact have disastrous consequences for actual capabilities and people who are able to apply them at work. Because now people were more worried about, when I was 27, this was 2018, 2017, this is when I really started to see it pick up, is that this whole diversity, equity, inclusion thing started to be more about how do we outwards, you know, to the media and publicly look good just by virtue signaling that we're doing things without actually doing things of substance that would actually incorporate diversity, equity, inclusion. And because companies were so focused on what was the most public or what was the most visual impact of DEI without actually having any real impact, this led to a bunch of hiring of people in DEI with basically scam credentials. They didn't do anything, and they worked in HR, and they made everyone's life a lot harder because now we had to tiptoe around a lot of people's feelings without really considering what was best in terms of producing the best outcome for the business. We now had to worry more about creating an environment at work where someone's whole identity was able to be brought into work. Look, I think that the workplace, the traditional workplace, you do not need to bring your identity into the workplace. You need to take that job, make a buck, save the money, invest it for yourself, and escape the financial matrix that they have you in. Now this whole diversity, equity, inclusion nonsense is on top of that financial matrix. It makes it even more difficult for you. And look, I'm not trying to deal with people who basically have unhealed trauma and generally mental illness when they bring it so much into work that you basically can't even work with them. You're tiptoeing around them. And the more and more I saw of that spread in corporate America, I just got so tired of it. And so that's why I actually left to join a startup after being a vice president at BlackRock. I really had enough of it. But that brings me today. I'm actually working at my third startup now. I have invested my money over time. I do have the ability to spend time creating these YouTube videos and enjoying my car. And I do feel free of the whole corporate 9-to-5 where you have to appease you know, the public perception of your DEI rather than actually doing anything meaningful. And so I feel like I've broke free, but if you feel stuck, you're working at a corporate job, you don't have to work there forever. Create a plan, start saving your money, put it aside. And while you're there, open doors for other people to do the same. Not everyone will be receptive to conversations that are deep, but find the people who are and nurture them, because otherwise you're basically around a bunch of sleepwalking people when you're you know, when you're awake and you're thinking about these things. All right, I'm done with this. don't get me wrong. What I'm trying to tell everyone is that there is a positive to bringing a multitude of mindsets and backgrounds to work, but we really don't need everyone's full identity at work to get the end goal done, all right? I'd rather get the work done than understand someone's whole personality, because look, corporations want you to spend your whole life at work, so obviously now they want you to bring your whole identity into work so that they can basically own you and own your identity and have your identity become intertwined with theirs. And that is just ridiculous. Never forget that a company will cut you, regardless of how many years and how good you are to them, at the drop of a hat, based on the perception of shareholder value, right? So never, never give your life to a company. All right? All right. Well, that sounds good now. Going to stealth mode, guys. Alright guys, welcome back to Unlockable Character. Finally, I'm doing a video to review all the mods on the car starting from the inside, okay? So the first thing that you guys need to do is code in a few settings to your car, alright? So I'm gonna flip the camera here and I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna go to sound. And what you're gonna see when I go to sound is that the sound profiles say Bowers and Wilkins. The car comes with Harman Kardon, and it doesn't sound good. All right guys, it doesn't sound good. So you can use Bimmer code to code in the Bowers and Wilkins sound profile. I'll actually go through the steps with you, but that's the first thing that I did, okay? The next thing that I did is I turned off active sound design, which is the fake artificially piped in exhaust. I also used Bimmer code to code that out. The next thing, which my girlfriend helped me with, and what I will be selling very shortly for those of you looking for it, is the HIM decal where the M4 competition used to be. BMW took it off the console for some reason. It was right there before, and now we have that beautiful HIM decal. That will be available soon. Can't wait to show you guys when that launches. Okay, so that is the interior of the car. Let's check out the outside. Okay, starting with visually, these are TLG mudguards. They actually used to be a little bit longer. Once you lower the car, I actually don't recommend putting the mudguards on. The car is lowered on a height adjustable suspension kit. So these aren't just lowering springs, they actually have a perch which you can adjust. This is the Cobra height adjustable suspension maximum drop. I did my research. Cobra has the lowest drop and they are a quality brand. They're actually a really good price. I will link all the mods and the best prices for them in the description below. I'm also running 20mm spacers all the way around. The car came with jet black 826M wheels. I powder coated these. It's called triple bronze chrome with a satin clear, and I think it just looks phenomenal. In the rear on the trunk, I used to have a carbon fiber spoiler, the OEM spoiler. Then I put a duckbill spoiler on, and after that I actually put a custom wing, and now I've gone back to a very clean look with no spoiler at all. There are no visual mods on the rear of the car. The exhaust is stock in terms of the tips. The diffuser came with the M carbon exterior package. Everything else is stock. You see the TLG mud guards. The TLG mud guards are also in the front here. Again, I recommend if you lower the car, you may not want to do this because they will catch when you go over things like speed bumps. This is OEM, the M Performance carbon fiber side breathers. When the car came out, these were like $1,200, $1,300 from BMW. I found a source in Germany where I got them for $600. I will link that. If you can read German or translate using Google, that'll be your friend to get those at the best price. Again, maximum drop on the Cobra height adjustable suspension kit. I'm running Hankook Evos, really good tires for the price, half the cost of the Michelins, the OEM Michelins, for about 90% of the performance. Now in the front, this is a dry carbon CSL style grille. The fit is really good. The only thing you might have some trouble with is the sensors, so pay attention to that. Some of them do not fit that well. And make sure when you buy carbon, you go for the dry carbon because that's high quality stuff. This is the Racing Sports Concepts, again, dry carbon splitter. I've had this for over 2 years now. I've repainted, sanded it gloss black like 3 times, and I just keep doing it. But I think it's the cleanest splitter. It's a one piece. It goes over the factory parts. There's a few dimples here that I'm gonna actually have to resand and repaint, but overall I love this splitter. A few things I could have done, and I will do probably soon, is the IND reflector. You can get it paint matched so you don't have that orange there. And in the rear, there's red reflectors. You can get a honeycomb black insert here instead of having the red reflector. All right, guys, so visually that's what's on the car. I'm actually gonna open up the hood. You gotta press this twice, show you what's underneath the hood. All right, guys, a lot of pollen. I need to clean it. These are the Mastery of Art and Design engine bay intakes. They have a heat shield. There is also the Mastery of Art and Design Fat Boy catless downpipes on the car, plus the Mastery of Art and Design single non-resonated mid-pipe. In addition, I have a valve controller from SST that allows the valves to fully open. I've programmed that to my garage door openers underneath the rear view mirror. And XHP is the software that I'm running on the transmission. So the engine is not tuned, but the transmission is tuned. So the shifting, even the burbles, they sound different with an XHP tune. All right, guys, that's a big rundown of all the mods. I will put all the links to the parts below with the best prices and any discount codes I can find. All right, let's go. Let's get some driving in. Guys, before we drive off, I have my tripod with me. And while the car is stationary, what I'm gonna do is set up the tripod, go through all the exhaust modes, get the footage from the outside so you can see what it sounds like, all right? So first, while we're in the car, maybe you wanna see what it sounds like with the windows down. So right now, the car is in 4-wheel drive mode, comfort settings. It's not M1, not M2. Everything is in comfort. So you can check that out by going to setup. You can see that everything is on the left-hand side of the screen, which is comfort. The valves are closed here. This is my garage door opener. So the second one is valves closed, first one is valves open. That's with the valve controller. And the burbles are off. So when the green is on, burbles are on. Green is off, burbles are off. So this is as quiet as it can be. Can you hear that, guys? You can barely hear it, right? All right, let's put the burbles on. That'll be a little bit louder. All right, now I'm gonna put it into the sport settings. You'll see that the engine is now in Sport Plus. Burbles are on, but the valves are still closed. Definitely getting deeper. Now I'm gonna put the valves on, burbles on, engine in Sport Plus. So as you can see, you can get louder and louder. And my personal preference is Sport Plus in the engine, burbles off, valves open, and that is the cleanest sound. All right, guys, let's get a hint of what that sounds like outside the car. Hope you enjoyed that. Let's get some driving footage. I'm gonna set up the tripod so we can do some flybys. Guys, I have the tripod in my hand. Get a sense for just how vicious this car is. It is very vicious. Sense for this, guys, to see how you can counter steer. You enjoyed, guys. Remember, guys, regardless of what these companies say about diversity, equity, inclusion, the triple bottom line of corporate social responsibility, they do not care. The planet is already polluted past a point of return, okay? Like, this diversity, equity, inclusion stuff is basically double speak. They want you to spend as much time as possible at work. They want you to have your whole identity wrapped down around in work. All right? You should never put yourself in a situation where the company is more valuable to you than you are to the company. So what that means is you need to, if you enter a corporate job after you graduate college, you need to learn how to navigate, to maneuver, to position yourself to be extremely valuable to the company. You know what that means? That means sharpening your resume every 3 months. It means applying to at least, I would say, 30 to 50 jobs every month. And it's so easy now with LinkedIn, right? Easy apply. You need to be networking. And you need to realize that these companies really don't care. They don't mean what they say. All they chase is profit and shareholder value. If you're not a shareholder of your own, public company, if you work for a public company, you should become one. They pay dividends. It blows my mind how many people work for a company without owning any stock of that company. Because then, in a way, you are working for yourself, right? Even though you have a boss. Otherwise, you're just working for the shareholder. You're working for the man. And you know what we've lost in corporate America and generally America itself is we've lost the ability for logic and reason to cut through someone's delusion and feelings. Okay? There is no space for delusion and feelings and profit. And yet now we have to essentially tiptoe around people's delusions and feelings and have this whole system of double think, double speech, where people don't say what they mean. Companies are basically deceiving the public, right? They're hiring people who have scammed their own credentials into HR for these DEI positions. News just came out about a woman who was working in DEI at Coca-Cola who was completely fraudulent. More of this will come out. These people did nothing meaningful, and the companies never had the intent to do something meaningful anyway. It was a cash grab. So please, guys, don't spend your life working for a company that you think is more valuable to you than you are to them. And in-depth videos on AI, which means how to open and access the publicly available open source frameworks, how to actually interact with AI, how to create agent frameworks, how to create websites, how to create songs, how to create videos, how to create books. All of that is coming, guys. I will do deep dives on all of that. Cars in all-wheel drive, guys. Absolutely vicious. Perfect, guys, we can launch it. Oh, this thing's crazy. Outrageous. So much intake noise. Okay guys, guys, there's a few things I didn't touch on for the mods on the suspension, which are extremely important if you want the car to feel balanced, sharp, and really like precise, like you're cutting through the corners, okay? The first thing is in the front, there's something called as monoballs. People call them a thrust arm bushing set, okay? These are solid monoballs. I went from a company called Milway. They replaced the rubber bushings in the front, and this gives a more direct feeling to the steering. It's actually bang for buck the best suspension mod you can do on the car. I think it's $400. Then, as I said, the Cobra height adjustable suspension, maximum low, 20mm spacers all the way around. The spacers specifically, I went for a company called Bonos. They're called active forged cooling spacers, so they use as little material as possible, and they have a special groove pattern to increase airflow. So lightweight spacers, 20mm all the way around. That's pretty thick, so I wanted to get the lightest possible but get the best fitment. Then in the front I have SPL's adjustable outer tie rods. When you lower the car that much, you affect the suspension geometry, and these adjustable outer tie rods help you with bump steer, and it helps everything feel more balanced and stable in the front. In the rear, I have SPL's rear tow arms with the eccentric lockout kit, and again, helps balance the car. So we have the front monoballs, the front adjustable outer tie rods, the rear tow arms with eccentric lockout kit, the Cobra height adjustable suspension, the Bonos 20mm spacers all the way around. And then in terms of exhaust and intake, we have Mastery of Art and Design Fat Boy catless downpipes, Mastery of Art and Design single non-resonated midpipe, Mastery of Art and Design engine bay intakes, the SST valve controller, and XHP's transmission tuning on the car. Okay, so that's the full list. I would call this OEM++. On the outside for exterior mods, remember I have the M Performance carbon fiber side breathers. I have the dry carbon CSL style grille. I have the Racing Sports carbon front splitter, which is carbon fiber, but I've sanded it down and painted it gloss back. I've used that like for 3 years. I'm going to continue to use it. It's a really nice piece. I took off the rear spoiler. I added TLG mudguards, although I would advise if you lower it this much, not adding mudguards because they will hit speed bumps. And yeah, guys, the car is very much OEM. It's just got a few tweaks to it that really bring out the best of it, just like this channel, Unlockable Character. This is the unlockable car. Now, guys, there's a few more things I want to touch on. I want to do Bimmer code with you guys to show you what the steps are like, and then also XHP. I do offer XHP custom tuning. You can book time with me, $50 for an hour. I'll have the link in the description below. I will also link all of the parts with the best place to buy them for the best price. All right, guys, I hope you're enjoying the video. Let's go. All right, guys, so we got Rich here. Valves are open, burbles are off. It sounds amazing in here, so give it a rip. Rich, you see that exhaust button in the middle of the console? It has the valve. It looks like two exhaust tips right above Auto H at the bottom left. Okay. Yeah, hit that. All right, now rev. That'll put the burbles on. Keep going, man. You got it. Put a new lip on the car. It looks sick. Thanks, man. You can keep it running.
Welcome back, guys. Today is Monday. It is Motivation and Music Monday, and I finally set up a great way to share video recording of myself through my FaceTime camera as well as my screen, and have a great kind of format for you guys to go through tutorials. And today, Motivation and Music Monday, I want to start actually with our portfolio and what's happening, because this week is going to be a big one. And I also want to start touching on the topic of exponential growth and how quickly technology is proceeding and growing in our world. So first things first, let's look at FFIE. So the portfolio right now, there's about $1,300 in. We were holding Palantir, Meta, and some other stocks long-term, including Ethereum as crypto. I sold everything to get into FFIE. And the reason I did that is because there is a opportunity here for what's called a short squeeze. So hedge funds are betting that the stock price of FFIE will go below $1. And if it does that, it's going to be delisted from the NASDAQ. So they've bet a lot of money in the future, essentially, that the price will go down. Now, a lot of average investors like you and I are putting money in to keep the price above $1. And if the price remains above $1 for, let's say, the remainder of this week going into next week, there's a tremendous opportunity for that price to shoot up because of the short squeeze held against the hedge funds. So as the price continues to remain above $1 and keep going up, they will lose a lot of money. It's kind of a modern day Robin Hood moment. So we're watching that, and the $1,300 I have in there, remember guys, the money that you invest, this is a short-term play. You have to be willing to lose. I do want to play this back into the long-term portfolio for the channel, and I saw this as an opportunity with what I can read as a good chance of working out. People have seen this play out with other stocks like GameStop, which again was the retail investor like you and I going up against what's considered smart money in the market. The smart money has a certain bet. The retail investors group together and play against that bet so that the elites, that smart money, they lose money. It's kind of like a Robinhood kind of thing, and it's hilarious. I'm actually using Robinhood to trade as this is happening. So we'll see how this plays out, but definitely wanted to touch on there. All right, next thing I wanted to touch on is how quickly AI technology is rapidly growing and how we've even got to this point. Okay, so in the late 1950s, the integrated circuit was invented. The integrated circuit allowed us to branch off into semiconductors and essentially what we would consider computers. These chips were originally really needed for rockets and to compute the mathematical equations needed to guide rockets. Okay, so that was the late 1950s. We get into the 1970s and we're already using material science to develop stealth technology. Okay, and computer chips have now, within 20 years, been miniaturized. So we went from room-sized computers to handheld-sized computers. And material science has also progressed. So we can combine material science with semiconductor engineering. We can advance microchips. And that takes us to 2022, okay, when ChatGPT launched. And what you're seeing here is how long it took for ChatGPT to reach 100 million users. It took 2 months, okay? It took Netflix 18 years, it took TikTok 9 months, but it took ChatGPT 2 months to reach 100 million people, different users, which is just exponential. So November 2022, we have ChatGPT, which is powered by GPT-3, and within 2 months, 100 million people are using it, okay? And that's within a 60 to 70 year time frame from 1959. We've reached essentially almost artificial general intelligence, openly accessible through a chat interface by November 2022, which is just, it's mind-blowing, right? But that was GPT-3. Microsoft has invested heavily into OpenAI, and they are putting together computer data centers, which are now training GPT-5 and GPT-6. Okay, so
Microsoft just had their build conference. It's for developers. And when they talked about GPT-3, GPT-4, GPT-5, they used marine wildlife for sizing. They didn't use numbers. But to give you kind of an understanding of where we are right now, GPT-4 is seen as an orca, whereas GPT-3 was seen as a shark. So an orca, many consider that the apex predator. It's larger than the shark, obviously. But then GPT-5 is seen as a massive whale compared to the orca. Microsoft is currently training the data set for GPT-5 in their huge, massive data centers. And those massive data centers all run, or mostly run, NVIDIA and AMD hardware. So Microsoft and NVIDIA are interlinked, and OpenAI is dependent on Microsoft's data centers to train the next version of GPT. So you're starting to see the connections here, and you can also make stock picks based on those connections. What's really important in this kind of framework is that these chips, the latest, most advanced chips, are being produced in Taiwan. And so it is actually of a national security interest for the United States to make sure that China cannot get access to these chips. So we've actually put embargoes and tariffs in place to prevent China from getting the latest and greatest technology. Generally, at this point, we're May 2024, China seems to be 3 years behind the U.S. And this is now a position of national interest and national security interest to ensure China remains behind the U.S. So Taiwan is a strategic priority for us because the chip making plants there through a company called TMSC are what NVIDIA utilizes. They need that chip technology, the processing, the plants. And if China invades Taiwan and takes over Taiwan and the TMSC plants, they will basically have the ability to leapfrog in terms of technology in the AI race in front of the US. There's a potential there. So we have to watch that as all of this plays out. Anyway, GPT-5 is being trained right now. So there's clearly been a massive investment from Microsoft in these data centers and then into OpenAI so that they can train on those data centers. What does that represent in terms of revenue for NVIDIA? So this is revenue by quarter, okay? And we're talking about billions of dollars. So Q1 2021, $3.1 billion. Q1 2024, 7.2. That's an increase of more than 2 times. And then Q2, almost an increase of 2 times from just Q1 24. So what happened? Q4 22. That's when GPT-3 was released with ChatGPT to the public. It took about a year in terms of delay for the demand to really catch on. And these data centers are being built around the world now. So Google, Meta, Microsoft, they're all using NVIDIA hardware and they're paying NVIDIA. So you can see NVIDIA's revenue just shooting up, okay? The only potential now for NVIDIA to fall, as well as the Western markets, is if China invades Taiwan. So NVIDIA pretty much has, there's a metaphor going around where NVIDIA is selling shovels, there's a gold rush, and Microsoft, Google, and Meta, which is Facebook, are all going to NVIDIA to buy the shovels. So make of that what you will. The gold rush is going on. It's probably going to continue for at least 2 to 3 years. And within that 2 to 3 year time frame is a massive risk of war with China over Taiwan. So this is just putting everything in context for you guys. Okay? Now, Microsoft is kind of interlocking with NVIDIA to be very much integrated. So Microsoft and NVIDIA are like this, and OpenAI is one of Microsoft's largest bets in terms of accessing current state-of-the-art AI technology and then integrating it into the Microsoft stack. So you will see Microsoft Copilot across all of their brands. Surface, which is their laptops and their hardware devices. You'll see Copilot within their software. So when you're working in Microsoft Office, Copilot will help you create slides. You're really going to see Copilot everywhere, and that's powered mostly by GPT. What's going to be really interesting is on the engineering side of things for computer science. Microsoft is partnering with a company called Devin, and we will very quickly see computer science being mostly handled in terms of the initial programming tasks by AI. So that's definitely something to watch for. And Microsoft is strategically investing in different AI companies other than OpenAI so that they have multiple pathways to the top talent in AI as well as the technology to integrate into their own stack while avoiding regulators. So we'll touch on regulators as well. Okay, so Microsoft Build just happened. I highly recommend that you watch it. They talk about how they're integrating GPT and other AI tools into all of Microsoft's products and services. They talk about how they're integrating their partnerships with NVIDIA and AMD, by the way. So that's another stock call out. When you think about AI, AMD also has
the ability to just increase their revenue by just continuing to ship more chips that people are looking for to train AI data sets. Okay, so that was quite a lot, guys. What I want to end with is these AI models, which you can access through GPT, for example. They run on the cloud when you're interacting with ChatGPT, but you can run AI models on your own hardware. So on Wednesday's episode, what I'm going to do is walk you through a tutorial of how to download open source LLMs like Meta. They produce an LLM called Llama. The latest version of Llama, Llama 3, has different sizes. We'll take a look at the small and medium sizes, and if you have like a recent MacBook, you can actually download that and run it locally. So you don't need an internet connection after you have it running locally. You can have an AI with you at all times, and that's starting to touch on the future of AI, guys. So hopefully you enjoyed this video. There's many more videos to come, and the last bit is we'll go into Spotify and check on the songs that I added, because today is Music and Motivation Monday. All right, guys, so here we go. Go to the bottom of the playlist. We are at 27 songs. I added Only You, Through, and Worst. I hope you enjoy. This is really a sick playlist, and I hope you guys love all the content so far. All right, let's go.